The Band-Aids are no longer holding.
Thursday?
Forward again, 8 a.m. You never know. We have the same phone
Nope,
type.
we already have 4 people.
All right, you good? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this Tuesday, April 28th, City Council work session at 5 p.m. Call us to order at 5:01. We'll move straight into our agenda. It looks like we're going to start with 3B today. This is conduct an annual presentation of the Pflugerville Public Library.
Okay. Make sure that I got this
I even wore my library tie.
Very nice.
There you go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Griswold. I am the Library Director, and I have my colleagues with me today, Head of Youth Services, Melissa Grisbowski, and Assistant Director Daniel Barra. It doesn't work. I can't function with this. It needs to be turned on, apparently. Okay, history and guiding principles. As a lot of you know, this year is the 45th anniversary of the Friends of the Library, and we did lose one of our friends this year, Tammy Eisenberg. We miss her very much. She was a huge support for the library, and the Friends continue to support the library. They have their quarterly book sales, and they use that money to support our programs. So it could be bringing in an author, or it could be paying for the prizes during summer reading program. But also this year, the last fiscal year, they paid for our marketing and outreach coordinator, Tiara Allen, to go to the American Library Association's annual conference. She had been selected as an emerging leader for that from the ALA. So we're very proud of her and very thankful to the Friends that they were able to support that. Our mission, we still engage, inspire, inform, and entertain the Pflugerville community. We support the right to read. We believe that free communication is essential to the preservation of a free society and a creative culture. I wish I had written that myself, but that's ALA. We also believe that publishers and librarians have a profound responsibility to validate that freedom by making it possible for readers to choose freely. We remain a library for everyone, and we try very hard to make sure that we have materials that reflect the lived experiences of our community. Okay. A lot of people don't realize that the library also manages the Heritage House Museum. Daniel has taken the lead in that, and last fiscal year, since October of this fiscal year, we've had 730 people visit the museum, so that's huge. We would get maybe 20 or 30 before that, but Daniel's done a great job, and there's a lot more programs going on at the museum also. About 15 years ago, we started a local history digital archive, and we have over 3,000 items now in that archive. We have a lot of things that we haven't identified. We don't know who the people are or the buildings. So we have asked the community to pitch in and let us know if they know or recognize any of those. Okay, now we get to the numbers. All right, our circulation stats are a little bit down from last year. It's primarily in the electronic resources, and that could be anything from, introducing new resources that year that it spiked, or, adding additional checkouts to some of our e-resources. So,
am I remembering correctly that you may have cut a couple of the digital resources this year for budget, or was that not this year? I may be remembering from further back. Okay.
The ones that weren't being used.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
we keep track of all of those numbers. We have to report to the state library every year. We submit an annual report, so we track pretty much everything. And we were able to determine which ones were not being used. Okay. So we got rid of those. Let's see.
So then, if they weren't being used, it wasn't an impact then on total circulation.
No, it wouldn't have been. But the year before that, we added a few extra databases that people were using. So these numbers don't reflect the cut at all, really, because the databases, were this fiscal year and not last.
So, if I recall correctly, when we were talking about the budget, it was discussed that the Hoopla checkouts were going to be reduced from 7 to 5, but I still see 7 available every month. I get a reminder. So, did we not have to do that?
You want to answer that one? Or?
We've been able to kind of, so Hoopla is interesting because it's pay per use, so it's a little hard to budget for because you don't know how many people are going to use it. So we've been able to control it by setting monthly budgets to kind of cap the use. So certain items won't be available at certain times if we reach a certain level, but we've been able to keep the same number of checkouts.
So, what I'm hearing is if you want a certain title, do it at the beginning of the month?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she may. She's quote unquote asking for a friend.
My daughter uses all of hers, and then she takes some of mine too. But
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay, daughter. All right.
Our visits to the library are up, which is great. We added a couple of new programs. And our library programs are still around 33,000 people attending those, so that's great. Okay, guest reviews. We welcome feedback from our users. I'm happy to say that the majority of the feedback we get on social media is positive, which is amazing because mostly people just go on social media to complain about something. We do get the occasional complaints, but every month I will post these to the entire staff, the good and the bad, so that they can see that what they're doing, for the most part, is making a positive impact.
I have a quick question. How do you count your number of visits for those who just come and just maybe come sit in the library, maybe don't check out anything?
We consider that use of the library also because they're either going to be using our Wi-Fi,
Right.
or they're using some of the other resources. that
How are
we
you
have.
counting that? So the person that's
We have
sitting
a
at the
door
front
counter,
desk?
and it actually tracks people coming in and out,
Right.
and then we cut that in half.
Thank you. Love it.
We also, the library board, I should say, holds a survey every year, and this year it was accessibility. It's on until April the 30th, so if you want to jump on there and take a look at the survey. It's going really well. We've had a number of people answer it, and we're excited about it because we're getting a lot of feedback and a lot of ideas on how we can make the library more accessible. So looking forward to that.
Jennifer, how do you pick what the survey topic will be?
The library board generally will pick it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did they, I'm guessing there's not a specific polling that goes to the communities. Is it just something that they see across that they may see as topic that's reiterated or something that hasn't been discussed like in the last several years, so they want to bring that up again?
They started with a general survey, and then from that survey, they were able to break out different topics, I guess.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. New services and accomplishments. We've got 2 new large programs, the Literary Ball and the Renaissance Fair that Melissa put together. Tons of fun. Opportunity to wear costumes, so we love it. Last year, we were accredited again by the state library. That's what that annual report does. We submit that. There are certain standards we have to meet, and if we meet those standards, then we get accredited, which is important because we are then able to participate in reciprocal borrowing programs like TextShare and interlibrary loan. We also have access to the TextShare databases. I think it's 58, 52, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we get them at a vastly reduced rate because we are accredited with the state. So super important. We have gotten the Texas Municipal Library Directors Award again. That's 14 in a row. The only time we haven't gotten them were years that we didn't apply. We've expanded our shelving in all areas. I still have a bunch of shelves that I'm going to put up. We have gotten a number of Texas Commission on the Arts grants. So these primarily are program grants. They're small grants, but $300, $500 here and there for a program is amazing. So we're excited to get those. I'm going to give a shout out to Carmen Lazo, our children's coordinator, for that. She really jumps in there and gets those grants. And then, of course, staff are called on to serve on the police and officers' positions and professional presentations and programs. So super proud of the staff. So I'm going to turn it over to Melissa, and she's going to talk a little bit about one of the new services we offer.
All right. Enhanced library cards were originally developed by the Harris County Public Library System in coordination with the Texas Organizing Project. They identified a need for additional photo IDs for marginalized people, such as people experiencing housing instability, mental illness, domestic violence, senior citizens, recent immigrants, and more. So we decided to join that bandwagon following Austin Public Library in San Marcos, and the card is a verified photo ID that includes library card numbers, photographs, address, date of birth, PFISD resident status, and expiration dates. And as of this month, we've generated 30 different membership cards for people who need them. 26 residents and 4 non-residents.
I want to say thank you for this as a leader with lived experience in working in this work. Many of our unhoused do not have documentation to even start to get the vital documents. And so we have been utilizing this enhanced card as a starting point. And so I am extremely grateful that we are doing this. Thank you.
Melissa, from a legal standpoint, talk more about how this fits into any statutory or ordinance requirements for the police to
Well,
recognition.
obviously, it wouldn't work for TSA. They're going to be very picky.
It's not a real ID.
Yeah, it's not a real ID, but we have worked in coordination with Pflugerville PD Department, utility billing, the Parks and Rec Department, so they're all recognize the ID, and we just feel that anything that looks official can help supplement what somebody may need who may need additional identification.
Okay.
Confirm for you that it absolutely does.
So just to be clear for people, would you say 2 or 3 people are online, Serena? But they will watch afterwards. We hear from them. They will watch afterwards, to say the least. The identification is specific to Pflugerville PD.
Yes.
With the hopes maybe that an expansion will happen at some other given time.
Yes, we would love to expand to other businesses that might
There you
need it, other local cities that might recognize it.
Yeah. No, and you're hearing everything that Kim's saying. That's now more than ever, people need help in that area. So thank you very much.
Yes.
How do we know that the person who's getting an ID is who they say they are?
Well, they do have to submit documentation.
What kind
Just
of
as they would,
documentation?
there's a long list. It's the same as you would to get a library card. So it can be a Mexican consulate card, a passport from another country. It can be a notarized document from a homeless shelter. So we have, as I said, a long list of vital documents that we will take that can help support their identification.
And all of those are listed in our policies, which are available online.
All right. Now, obviously, matricula consular card that's a real ID, even if it's not a real ID. I'm concerned about though a notarized certificate from a shelter. I mean, I have discussed with some of my fellow councilmen. I have a close relative who is often experiencing homelessness and loses her ID on the regular and might show up somewhere and say who she is, but have no way to prove that. how does somebody like that get through this system and get one of your cards? Or is there a barrier somewhere along the way?
Do you want me to take that? Sure. Okay. Of course, there's always barriers to every situation that you try. There are always going to be people who are going to work the system, but I feel very strongly, and I think my colleagues agree, that that's a risk that we need to take for people, because you cannot get an apartment, you can't get food stamps, you can't get anything without some kind of an ID. Even if it's somebody's parole officer who's vouching for them, we'll take that.
Well, I mean, I would assume that a parole officer would have
Yeah.
information about who somebody really is. But this example person who is, a real person,
Mm-hmm.
She could be several states away from anybody who knows who she
her.
really is.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think right now she is several states away from anybody who knows who she really is. How do you know if the name that she gives, the date of birth that she gives, is real? I mean,
and that's
she
a good
doesn't even
point.
always know, what year it is. So this is somebody who's
That's a good point. I guess I would ask then, how is that going to really affect anything, given the limited number of places that accept it?
Yeah, let me help me understand from a governmental ID perspective. To what extent is this accepted, and what rights does it convey? Are we talking about someone who brings in a notarized statement and is now allowed to check out library books, versus someone who is now using this ID for other governmental programs?
And let me chime in on that, because I think that obviously y'all do this for a living. You've done your due diligence regarding the applicable situations whereby this kind of identification would be able to be utilized and leveraged for folks to be able to go ahead and identify themselves in these specific scenarios. You list out the library, you list out a park, you list out the police station, police here in Pflugerville, and utility billing. Those are limited areas within the scope of governments that we have here at the local level to allow for such. We're not talking about someone who's specifically or explicitly trying to go ahead and go on an airplane. We're not talking about someone who's specifically trying to go ahead and rent a vehicle. We're not talking about someone who's going to try to open a bank account. We're talking about these specific scenarios whereby they've given a litany of different places, which they've obviously already buttressed with the fact that they've went ahead and done their due diligence about what we accept and we don't accept. And they use that for these specific situations. I think that anybody, you guys wouldn't, first of all, you never go rogue on these things. You went ahead and did your due diligence on this, and it's in these specific scenarios. So if
I can't tell if he's for or against it, but at the same time, this is not Austin. However, there are sweeps happening right around the corner on Wells Branch, Grand Avenue Parkway. And these are mandatory sweeps about Austin. And so all of their things are thrown away. And there's not a lot of people that's going to come for this, and there's not a lot that they can do with it. But it sure help them reattain housing stability. We have to have some sort of starting point. I guess, Mr. Rogers, we can come back at another time and ask them how many people have actually received one of these to see if it's an issue. But right now, I really feel that this is something that should be celebrated.
They already said how many they've done.
I know.
And the
He's gonna wanna check
point to this is that I take, and this is, I get where you're coming from regarding you want to do due diligence, but I take umbrage in the fact that I think this is a thing that is important and necessary right now for specific communities that honestly you're not affected by, that are trying their best to try to go ahead and comply as well as possible with it. This is us as a government here, which should be as a local government, helping to go ahead and support these people for that. And given these limited scenarios, not something outrageous for that to be able to do that, I think I trust my librarians, my park rangers, my police department, and the folks who do the utility billing to say, hey, is this really David Rogers or is this Rudy Mateo who's appearing in front of me, and trying to figure out what they do with that. That's what's going on for here as well. So you're doing something great. appreciate it, and I hope more people follow that.
If I may ask, is there a cost associated with this enhanced ID?
No, no more than it would be with any library
For a
card that we
card.
have. We only charge people when they're out of the district,
Okay.
and it's $25 a year. I think.
All right. I imagine this one has, you mentioned having photo on it. I know my library card doesn't have my photo on it. I think it has my name. I assume it's a little more expensive to print these than the traditional library card, but we're not assessing any fee associated with that.
At the level that we're seeing people asking for them, it hasn't been an issue. We have run this past the previous legal team, and they looked it over thoroughly. I'm not going to say anything about that. Other than
All right.
It's been through a legal
It's
team.
been
You've done your due
it's been
diligence.
approved as to form.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of people that just need a little extra help. There's a lot of people who are afraid right now, and if we can do that for the community, we're hoping that we will be able to do that.
Every little bit counts.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, now turn it over to Daniel.
All right, Council and Mayor, I was going to give a little update on our workforce development, small business support efforts. First, I wanted to just talk about the physical space of the library. It remains a very critical part of the community. If you walk through the adult area during the day, you see a lot of people just set up working on their laptops, working on different things. And I kind of think of the library in that sense as a co-working space where people can take advantage of the free Wi-Fi, the low-cost printing, and work on the projects that they need to. But also, it's a sense of community, so they can meet other people. We have a flexible space with meeting rooms, study pods, and so we have a lot of opportunity to allow people to work on the things they need to work on. And we continue to offer our monthly small business workshops through our partnership with SCORE Austin. We also have a resume review service through another partnership where people can send in their resumes and we'll provide feedback for them. Jennifer recently started a borrow a librarian service where people can reserve a time and come meet with one of us for any needs that they have. And I've already been able to utilize this for career services. Somebody came to me and wanted to do a mock interview, so I set up a time and did that with them and hopefully provided some good feedback for them. And then we have a lot of other things that are kind of related to this area. Of course, I hope everybody knows about our Fab Lab, the makerspace. I know some of you have utilized it already. One of our adult services librarians, Meg Miller, started a maker market as well. So twice a year we have a maker market that features people that have created things in the Fab Lab or utilizing any of our other maker-related programming, and they can actually sell their items at the library. So kind of full circle experience. And then, of course, we have the artist displays at the front of the library, so local artists have an opportunity to display their work. And I know for a fact some of those paintings have sold to community members. So a lot of opportunities within the library itself. Of course, we also have a lot of electronic resources, and some people may rarely, if ever, come to the library, but utilize our electronic resources, and that's great as well. Of course, access is very important, so we have the Wi-Fi that extends throughout the parking lot, so even when the building's closed.
All right, that's pretty funny.
What's that?
That's pretty funny. Wi-Fi.
Oh,
Oh, of course.
we have to add it everywhere.
It's for free. We just spell it right.
And then we also have the Wi-Fi hotspots that we check out. We have about 50 of those in the collection, and they're constantly checked out. So different ways to extend access to the community. And then some of our electronic resources, of course, we have many more than this, but these are the ones I focused on for this presentation. I hope everybody's aware of LinkedIn Learning. That's one of the resources that PCDC funds for the library. It gets a lot of usage every month. Udemy is very similar. It's also an online learning platform. Between those two, we see about 100 users per month watching over 1,000 videos, so it gets utilized pretty well by the community. Some of the other resources, there's things for tools for creating resumes or exploring different careers. Blue Career in particular, that's another resource funded by PCDC, and that's for the skilled trades. So you can do an assessment, kind of see what trades might be good for you, or you can just explore individual trades, learn about training opportunities, learn about education, get testimonials from people in the profession. So good for people that are starting new in the workforce or maybe looking to change careers. A to Z Databases is great for businesses. Small businesses can run a marketing list for, new people that have moved to the community. They can do research on things like if you want to open, let's say, a Japanese restaurant, you can see all the Japanese restaurants in a specific area and get detailed information about how many employees they have, how much money they're making. It's information that you can generally find, but it's all, included in one place. So a very powerful tool for businesses. And then I finally wanted to mention Career Online High School, which is our opportunity that we provide for adults to go back and get a high school diploma. We've had 4 graduates from this program already. Constance here was actually the first person to go through the program. It's a good example of, some of our resources like LinkedIn Learning, kind of a broad impact. A lot of people use it. And this is a resource that's very specific to individuals, but it provides a major impact on that individual's life. So try to provide a variety of resources to meet a variety of needs. Kind of taking a step back, I kind of think of all of these things we provide as a big umbrella. We're trying to provide cover for the entire community. We try to provide things that meet different needs, different learning styles, and we add to that. These are things that we've built just over time. We'll continue to look for new resources, services, and partnerships that we can add if we think they'll provide a benefit to the community.
Okay. On YouTube, there is That's My Pflugerville, where a gentleman is talking about how the high school program really benefited him. And it's a great interview if you guys want to take a look at that. We have tons of volunteer opportunities at the library. We do allow teens to volunteer there. They have to be age 16 and up. However, because we deal with the public, the Friends of the Library support our teen volunteers each year. And I think it was 3 last year, but this year it was 2 teens won the Most Valuable Teen Award. And this is an award where staff nominates a teen for volunteering at the library, doing an extraordinary job, and then the Friends of the Library will choose 2 or 3 from that list to honor with a certificate and also a stipend. So it has worked out very well. We have opportunities for people with special needs. We have opportunities for seniors. We will find meaningful work for you if you want to come to the library and volunteer. We'd love to have you. So, any questions?
Do we still participate in the Tech Share program?
Yes.
So how does that work? If you said they're out, do we charge them? I guess that's what I'm getting to.
No.
No.
If somebody has their Tech Share card and comes in to get a card with us, it's no charge.
Okay.
There was some concern that due to some funding changes that program would not be attainable anymore, but it is. We got the funding for that. And also I've noticed that our integrated library system has set up sort of a fallback for that, where we can do reciprocal borrowing with the libraries in our area.
That's nice.
So, yeah. So we're covered.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else? No?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We obviously love our library services, so thank you for the update. That'll bring us to, I believe, item 3A, going back on the agenda, discussion regarding our Downtown East update.
Oh, we were waiting for him to get here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's an exciting time with this project, and so we wanted to bring you kind of a construction update and kind of the steps we're working towards for Phase 2, because we know that that's been on your minds as well. So tonight, Corin joins me, and we'll kind of back and forth this presentation, and then, of course, as we go, any questions you might have. So tonight, we'll cover the overall project, talk about each of the components of it, as well as Phase 2 and kind of next steps and things that you all will be seeing coming up. As a reminder, in the front of our minds with each component of the project, and as we work on this daily, are the project goals that you all establish for this project. And just to kind of set the visual for as we talk through the project of the overall
site includes the 29 acres plus the extension of Main Street, just as a reminder. Some of the properties we acquired for Main Street acquisition that you see there to the west of the creek. This kind of will help set us as we move into those conversations related to phase 2. We are actively under construction. Those buildings are going up. As I know, you've all been on site and have seen those. It's really exciting to watch the many construction teams out there executing this for us, and we're grateful to have them on our team. So a construction update is that we plan to be substantially complete in December of this year. It's a little bit later than November that we anticipated, because of the rain that we've seen earlier this month. And you can see that bottom image there with some of the standing water. The day after it rained, I went and walked the site, and it does provide quite the challenge until the roofs especially are on all the facilities. And so they're working very diligently. We've seen just some of those weather days impact that substantial completion. And if you do want to talk about kind of that
How the whole
substantial
process works,
completion
yeah.
and furniture move-in, be great.
Yeah, a word about substantial completion also in December is that the way that the original contracts were structured is that we had a substantial completion date before rain and then a certain number of weather days allocated within the contract. For each component, the number of weather days was 20 weather days. And that's sort of a max, right? So we've got our substantial completion date before weather, a maximum of 20 weather days that we can claim under the contract, and then you have that. So the December date that we have is sort of an end date. We are not pushing that date out any further indefinitely due to as many rain days as generally possible. We are not at a max number of 20 rain days claimed per project component. I think the one project component that does have up to, I think it's the number's 13 weather days that's been claimed is the rec center. And all the other project components have had somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 weather days. And a lot of it's just judging by the type of construction, whether it's an infrastructure project, the roadway work that got started in December of 2024, or the parking structure that got started in October of 25 last year, or the city hall and the rec center, each of which just have different schedules and different construction methods. And those are the things that have generally influenced that. So that's how that is. So this, I wouldn't characterize this as being late, as it is, it's more a function of how the general contract was structured and how rain days have influenced the sort of the first substantial completion date before rain. So that's that explanation. In terms of what substantial completion means and then what move-in means, we always have this analogy where substantial completion is very much like closing escrow on a house. At substantial completion, when you close escrow on a house, you've done all, or you have your own home built and you sort of close escrow and complete that process. That's when the move-in process generally starts, and you own the building, basically. And then so after substantial completion, that's like closing escrow. That's when furniture, for the most part, all the furniture starts to get moved in, and we're coordinating with staff and basically everyone else associated with the city folks for taking occupancy of the building. We have the city hall and the rec center both have different schedules for furniture. City hall, the furniture moving process is 3 to 4 weeks, and rec center has actually less furniture than city hall, and that is a 2 to 3 week process. And so that's generally what to expect for substantial completion, move in, and that general process.
So we wanted to show we'll have a time-lapse video of the entire project once it's complete, but just to kind of show some of the progress that has occurred really over the last 16 months or so. And so this is January of 2025. You can see some of that work starting, really focus on infrastructure. You see the lone trailer out there. The crane that was really part of our skyline for several months, which was exciting. This is August of 2025. So the progression really then into February of 2026 is quite amazing to see these facilities come up and try to label to kind of orient everyone to where we are on the projects. You see the rec center there, the Civic Plaza. That'll really probably come in last. You'll see that take shape towards the end as most kind of largely landscaping and things like that. And we're working on progressing some of the components of the stage and other details of that, which you'll see some of that tonight.
But we are mobilizing on the plaza next week. So on the plaza, that's when all of the underground utilities are going to start for the piece of the plaza.
So the Monarch, our recreation centers are reminded, here's one of the renderings you've seen many, many times, but one in some of the interior with the pool, the turf, the second floor cardio, the event space there. But this is how it's shaping up in construction. So as many of you were there, you'll see the piece that everyone signed at the topping out there at the bottom left-hand corner. This is a great roof shot for that. You'll see a lot of the skylights going in and really getting to the top of that facility, and so we can start working more diligently on the interiors. The largest picture on this side is kind of the event space is that top room there. Then you see the cardio and on the second floor. You can kind of see a little bit of clip of the patio that will occur in that area. Some of the other work that's occurring interior, the green pillar you see in the upper right-hand corner, that's one of the support beams for the pool that will be on the exterior of the Monarch. You want to touch on the retail?
Sure. We started steel framing on the retail building Saturday. And before that, we had a number of underground pieces of the retail that were happening, grease interceptors, all of the, the piping underground. The retail is going to go pretty quickly, to be honest with you. So framing is something that happens really rapidly. We expect, they started Saturday, and then you'll see a retail structure in a matter of weeks, sort of 3-4 weeks. And one of the key differences between how the retail is generally going to progress on a construction standpoint is that we are building out a cold shell, and then that basically is just going to be the structure, the envelope, the storefront, the windows, and some kind of rough-in of basic utilities for MEP, or the basic rough-in for MEP. Although you build the retail out to be, a cold shell essentially, and then in parallel with that, we're undertaking pre-leasing activities. And so our tenant improvement budgets will really, and what happens for the interiors of the retail will really be influenced by the tenants that we land. So you can expect the retail shell to be in place, and then in parallel with that, we're going to do tenant improvements once we land different retailers. And we're very active with talking to potential retailers in the market. I mean, the progress of it is confidential, obviously, but I will say that what I can share is that it's gone pretty well. I mean, we are excited about the conversations that we're having. We think that the location is resonating with a whole variety of different retail tenants.
And just for reference, we've included the link for anyone interested in locating in the retail on our Downtown East website, so they can easily link to the Griffin Swinnerton team if they're interested in the commercial portion of the project.
We fielded a number of requests from local businesses as well, and so there's a combination of local tenants that our brokers have worked with and going through the interview process, as well as national and even regional and national tenants who've been interested.
Okay, and then City Hall, the rendering that you've seen many times. Some of those interior shots, and one of the nighttime ones, I'm not sure we had that upper left-hand corner and more of a nighttime shot, which really kind of highlights some of the water wall that will be on the exterior of council chambers. You see the rendering of the cafe here. We're preparing that cafe lease, and we'll have that for council May, June. So that's coming up pretty soon. And then here's City Hall, just at the end of March. And so really making a lot of progress on this facility. You can walk through and you can now start to see offices taking shape. And so some of our team have joined me and are excited when they see their specific office and kind of what those views would be. And so really, really an incredible facility. What's, I think, one of the most exciting pieces will be that fifth floor terrace. You see kind of just that smaller box there, but that'll be the fifth floor terrace. And will provide probably some of the best views of Pflugerville that we have anywhere in the city. It's a great kind of, you can do like a little 360 of the city, see the historic water tower in downtown to all of the developments along Stonehill and those areas of the community.
This doesn't do it justice either. Being up
It really
there
doesn't.
when you're on site and
Yeah.
you are standing on the fifth floor terrace, even on the second, third floors, it's a much different feeling when you're up there.
So it'll be a great place to host events, to program, and really we think will be a great highlight for this facility. Here's some of the construction shots of that. You see there the entrance up the upper left-hand corner. One of the shots, I think that one on the bottom left-hand, is from maybe the fourth floor at one point. The bottom right-hand corner is the front of the facility. On the left of that image is the cafe taking shape. On the right, the first floor area, that would be council chambers. And then you see in the rear the office component going up there. And then you see some of the just the construction of those offices that on the third and fourth floor in the upper right-hand corner. Anything else to add on those?
No.
Good? Okay. So the next piece is the plaza. So here's a rendering of that. This is maybe one of our newer ones. This will be an exciting, really community gathering space for everyone. And so wanted to kind of hit some of the highlights of what this will be. We saw that overall just looks like a dirt path at the moment, but it will feature a great stage that will be able to host artists like you saw at Slice on Saturday. So the stage is sized so that we can have those artists come play at this lawn along with a variety of other things. The art piece that you see there with the guitar, that was recently approved by the Parks and Rec Commission as part of our Art in Public Spaces program, and that will be the mural that is featured on that wall. Continue kind of through the Great Lawn. We'll also have a kids play and water zone. That'll be a lot of fun. Outdoor games, cornhole, ping pong, seating, and then also space for food trucks. And so we're hoping it's really creates that vibrancy that you all have asked us to bring for this project. Also, the interplay with the rec center we think will be phenomenal too. And our parks team is really giving a lot of thought to how those two can interact.
Emily, I'm confused. Where's
Sure.
the small-sided soccer field that should be here?
I mean, the Great Lawn. I guess I
Okay,
could have
okay.
said
All right, we're all on the same
slash
page.
soccer field.
Okay, just
You
making
can
sure.
Go out there and kick a ball around. Yeah.
How much shade will there be? I got a question this weekend when
Yeah.
at Slice it was very hot and so
Slice
there
was a little warm as you're
Yes.
walking down the street. So
It's on the
so
top outside.
there's a lot of so closest to us, which you don't see here, will be a pedestrian promenade, which is tree lined, which will help with the shade. Along with the north side, you can see some of those trees there, trees along the rec center side, and then certainly along kids play zone, outdoor games, and along Main Street. The lawn to be kind of serve as the kind of the place for everyone to watch that kind of makes it a little more challenging to provide those structures. But really kind of surrounding that great lawn, there will be a lot of tree shade opportunities.
so the chairs will be all along
All
the X.
along the side, right? There'll be some great
She's like, let's be
I'm like,
clear.
where's my spot gonna be?
where's my spot? Yeah. So there'll be some great like limestone blocks that
Yeah.
kind of surround that. Great opportunities for seating. I'm sure those will be the prime seats for any show that happens. In
And
the
we'll have,
space.
that's artificial turf, right?
Yes.
Fake turf for the fake soccer players.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Unbelievable.
With
Come
that,
on,
we'll
guys.
go on to the
We're
parking.
hosting the
Come on,
World Cup this year, sir. We're hosting the World
With the
Cup.
parking structure. So the parking structure is the last facility that's coming online. And you see it under construction today. We're up, I think, to the third level of that facility. And as we talked about when we brought this forward and this was a great suggestion from Corin to kind of really show our investment in parks and utilizing this space before the market's ready to bring additional commercial. So as you see here along Main Street, you see some park features, which will show you some more details there. That will eventually be replaced by commercial. And so it'll be a fun, engaging space. We're trying to pick some pieces where adults and teens really like to go there. And so we think that'll be a lot of fun. And then eventually those pieces will be movable so that they can go to other parks, whether it's in downtown or across the city, and be replaced by active commercial space. And so that's kind of what this looks like. It also features a small dog park. That was something that we heard quite a bit during our community engagement at the very beginning of this project, and that'll occur on the right-hand side. I have let Shane and our team know that is one piece that will be hard to remove, and we'll need to make sure that we replace that dog park somewhere in the downtown area. But we know that was a feature that our community really said, we'd love to see spaces for dogs here. And so looking at a giant chessboard, kind of foot pool, some really creative kind of swing sets, and just some really different elements. We are planning for some shade, not in the form of trees, but maybe in the form of umbrellas that also serve as light features for this area to ensure that it remains safe in the evening hours as well. As you can see, some of the light up seesaws, we hope that it's a fun and engaging space into the early evening as well.
That foot pool's going to get a lot of.
It'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to the swing set.
This is a really huge parklet,
Yes.
essentially.
Yep. And so here are the renderings of really kind of showing the graphic representation, because parking structures can just not be cute, and so trying to really help that sense of arrival, because it does kind of, it mirrors the rec center there at 685 and Main Street, and so trying to bring in some of that monarch, you see that there, and so the colors are inspired in the parking structure by the features of the rec center. And so the little Easter egg colors that we've looked at the rec center for the last year and a half are featured here now in the rec center. And you see that in kind of the butterflies there, as well as the graphic features along Main Street. We have some also some nighttime shops.
Oh, look at that burnt orange sticking out. That's great.
Call it burnt orange, okay? And so really just trying to create that vibrant nightlife as well. And so we're hoping this kind of creates that sense of arrival into the downtown Pflugerville. We have one more here, kind of gives you kind of all of the angles. The images on the right-hand side, those are the closer side to City Hall, as if you're a little bit further into the project. Anything you wanted to add here?
No,
Good.
we're good.
Okay. So the Gin Tract, I just wanted to hit on really quickly. As you're aware, and you might have seen, the parking lot has been paved, where we swapped land and property with First United Methodist Church. Appreciate that partnership with them. There's still some work to be done. We still have got lighting, landscaping to occur, but that parking lot's been open for their use. That was open just prior to the Easter Sunday weekend, so that they can park on there. We're working on parcel C that you see there. We still have some parking improvements to be done on the church parking lot on the north side to make sure that the flow of traffic works well through the project prior to Main Street coming through. And so once that's done, we'll be able to start construction of Main Street and really have replaced the parking that was necessary for the church there. We're also, our legal is working with the legal team for El Arroyo and hope to have that development agreement for your consideration soon as well.
Real quick, and we can
also
about the bridge and Phase 1B. We call it Phase 1B. Is that it's the part of Main Street that is, west of the Pfluger Tract itself. We did hear just a couple days ago or late last week that we have our FEMA approval, and that's
just in time.
Just in time. That's great. We cleared the trees in the floodway for where the bridge is going to go. And we're going to be starting sort of underground borings beneath the creek for utilities, I want to say May 11th. So bridge construction is happening. That site, that part from Railroad to the Pfluger track has been cleared. As Emily mentioned, the phase, the initial piece of the church parking lot is done. So phase 1B is happening on schedule also. So a lot of moving pieces all coming together. We're pleased with the progress.
Okay, so I also wanted to highlight tonight some kind of the first steps in phase 2. And so phase 2, as we talked about been a little bit now, was kind of parcel 5 was that priority parcel, and that's the parcel that is the other side of the plaza. And so really kind of both sides of the plaza, from rec center on one side and that parcel 5 on the other. And so wanted to kind of show just some thoughts that are kind of floating around, get your feedback on some of these initial concepts for entertainment, retail, how we might incorporate additional trails into this area, some residential, and some parking as well. So I'll let you.
Yeah, sure. If you go back one,
Sure.
the rationale for parcels 5 and 7 as being a part of phase 2, I mean, nothing is etched in stone, right? But I think that when you look at the parcel in the northeast corner of the site, our illustrative full build-out master plan shows that site is, of the highest potential for getting, for continuing to push the limit in the city for density, right? It's got the frontage along FM 685. That illustrative plan shows another privately funded parking structure in a wrap formation around commercial and multifamily development. The market's not really there for that. That's, again, part of the more long-range plan of the city. But the parcel, parcel 5 is always called the priority development parcel. It's always something that was next in line for additional lifestyle, additional retail, additional placemaking to complement the plaza with additional district parking to basically serve the civic uses in full build-out, civic and retail. And then the near-term plan or the near-term illustration, I guess, for parcel 7 for multifamily also speaks to a lower density, which is going to be more compatible with the adjacent neighborhood to the north and the west, while also providing the more of like an urban feel that the city and this project has been calling for. So it's a nice middle ground between responding to the adjacencies to the neighborhood, not over densifying that, but also designing it in a way that provides the urban feel that you want with surface parking tucked in the middle of the site. They call it Gerben style multifamily.
So remind me, is those parcels in phase 2, particularly I'm looking at parcel 7 that you said could be multifamily. Is it zoned differently than the rest of the parcels, or is the whole parcel?
It's all zoned PUD.
So, okay.
And with this was the idea that that would be on these
so we could,
parcels.
If something better comes along and the market shows something better than multifamily,
then we
we're
could
ready
certainly
to jump on
pursue
it.
that, right?
Okay.
Yep.
We also talk about in the PUD some commercial and mixed use elements, especially on what I think they're called pedestrian priority areas. So along that what's Wanderlust Way, so that there'd still be some commercial requirements along that side as well.
Just wanted to make sure we had those options open.
We do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is illustrative. You're not locked into any of that.
Yeah, and then regardless of what the land use ends up being in the PUD, we wanted to be mindful of that adjacency of the single family to the west.
I would say that's probably the key aspect, is to make sure that those folks don't feel like they're
So the
What
current
is
plan on parcel 7, is that a 2-story or a 3-story product?
It can go up to 4 stories, but we have a step back along the north and western edges.
How far?
I think it's like 16 feet. We looked at the view angles. So in the design guidelines for the PUD, we did show how fronting along the north and the west of the parcel, you'd have 2 stories, and then the taller stories would be stepped back enough to block view angles into the backyards of the adjacent residences. And some of that comes with providing these terraces that have plantings. So we've got these plantings that are required, where you've got tree plantings all over the setback area to block the viewing.
And there's also things like no balconies on this side to help maintain that privacy, and that was a request of the neighborhood.
Is the parking to scale in the
Parking to
design? I'm
Yeah.
curious. Are there garage units associated with that
Yeah, this
contemplated as
shows,
well?
it's not underground, but this shows a combination of surface and tuck under parking.
Okay.
And then as we get a little further into this presentation, we'll show you actual test bits.
Okay.
With unit yields and parking yields that are to scale.
Right. The reason I ask is related to the density. I'm seeing 80 parking spots there, which means we're probably talking about 60 bedrooms, depending on our parking requirements. If there's also additional tuck under, maybe it's higher. So I'm trying to understand if this is truly multifamily, or if this is potentially single-family attached style, maybe a townhome style, maybe a condo style, or if it's truly multifamily.
Yeah. We have 3 illustrations for you that
Okay.
are to scale, that have been test bits that do include both surface, tuck under, and so we can get
All
into
right.
a bit more detail.
Melody, do you have a question?
I think they answered my question about the two-story closest to the neighborhood, as well as the buffering with the trees.
Perfect. Thank you.
So this is parcel 5. This is immediately adjacent to the plaza, where you'd see some additional commercial activity, and then also an additional parking structure to support a commercial activity for the balance of the district. Residential would be parked to support its own, but the structure shown here, the idea was to support additional commercial within downtown.
And the public uses also.
Yeah.
So basically, we had parking studies, and the garage sizing is really based on that parking demand and need analysis. There are 2 things to consider. One is currently phase 1 is parked to support partial occupancy of City Hall, because current staffing at City Hall isn't, current city staffing, the City Hall was basically sized for city staffing in 2040. So between today and 2040, there will be growth, and so the parking needs would be accommodated into this secondary garage, in addition to the retail or additional commercial, and in addition to a potential build out of the retail space in Garage 1. The garage is currently under construction. Once that additional retail is built out, you'd lose about 38 spaces. So it's a kind of a multi-parameter analysis essentially that went to sizing that garage.
And here's just some other options and ways that this can be designed. And so we'll certainly work through these, but just kind of showing different options for parcel 5 and how that commercial, as well as kind of the play space, can interact in this area.
Yeah, each of those garage configurations have the same amount of stalls, and as you know, just different configurations can free up different opportunities for open space, additional open space, and commercial footprint.
What is the reason for the large outdoor space when we have the Civic Plaza across the street?
I'll show you on the next slide.
Okay.
As an example.
Yep.
We see, this is a use called entertainment, and there are some really nice potential. We've heard a lot of interest in a food hall concept, as well as additional entertainment uses. A category that's very popular in the retail space and in communities like Pflugerville and its sort of sister cities, or similar cities. Entertainment is a combination of outdoor programming for people to linger and stay 4 hours in addition to food hall. So this is one example, mini golf, and there are others that are out there. You've got bocce ball, you've got interior plazas, you've got bowling, you've got a number of different entertainment concepts that blend food halls with additional outdoor entertainment. So some of those configurations just show for additional, gathering, seating, movie nights, recreation like mini golf or outdoor bowling or, things like that. So it's just showing, it's just showing different configurations for the site as a means to essentially market it to similar active entertainment uses that are actually looking for a combination of outdoor space that can be programmed for a very specific use with sort of food and beverage concepts.
I was about to say, I think that's where, because, it's phase 2, so, looking 5, 7, 10 years out, but I think you get sooner rather than later because this is, I've gone to different places around the country where it's been pretty impressive to see all these different food halls, and you're able to get that interest from the smaller businesses or unique restaurants and other folks who are like, hey, listen, we can go ahead and share that restaurant culture and then have this available space for folks to be able to hang out and go from there. So I think that's a pretty good or a pretty smart permeation for y'all to actually include to see, ultimately what that goes out. Obviously, the market will dictate what the market dictates.
Yeah.
But,
We just want to show flexibility, right? Like right now, we're in the land of optionality, flexibility, different configurations.
Yeah, and my expectation is a bit more, a little quicker than what Rudy had indicated. I'm hoping, we're talking 2, 3, maybe 4 years, not 5, 7, 9.
Let's hope
But
the market.
hopefully that comes sooner rather than later. But with this concept, as I see it, my expectation is, all that retail space is going to be built out, at least first floor, for retail and restaurant, all the appropriate grease trap and whatever is necessary to support that
100%.
concept.
Yep, 100%. And honestly, with these concepts, this can be socialized with the market today, right? And it is. So
Literally.
literally. So, the point is, you let the market dictate it, but it doesn't stop us from getting out there and getting feedback and drawing up interest today and beyond.
And I'm aware of a couple of restaurant and office uses that I think you've already been in contact with. So I'm very hopeful that this gets moving pretty quick.
Here's just some additional images of that same kind of concept that we've seen around the country.
Yeah. A lot of these are in, Central Texas, DFW, Houston area. So we look at specific concepts that were in Texas and also just best practices from around the country.
Emily, what's the place we went to where they had those? It was in the DFW area. They had those big screens and they were playing football. Were you with me on that trip?
It's called Pflugerville.
No.
Is that like when
We will be.
we went to the hub?
Yeah. All right. Something similar to that.
Very
Yeah.
similar
Yeah.
type of concepts. That's all in the entertainment category.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really fun ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was always. It seemed to be quite
So fun.
a hot spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we have. I mean, not to get off on a tangent right now. For years, we have these restaurants with kitchens that are in these areas in and around town right now that they do have entertainment for adults, and that's been like over a decade. So think about having something specific for them, surrounded by all the other things,
That also
refreshments
provides
go
foot
as well.
traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be great for some of those people to be able to migrate in here and be like, hey, dude, this is great.
Yeah.
Just a few more images of that. Just some really fun opportunities. The phase 2 also contemplates expansion of our trail system. So in phase 1, we are expanding the trail to come up and connect to Main Street. And so, but as a trail capital, we really want to make sure that this is well connected when we talk about like our destination play, and how can you easily get here by other modes besides a vehicle. And so you see here some concepts which also were contemplated with the PUD for the project, to really get people into the project, not using a vehicle. And so making more tie-ins kind of on the south side of City Hall of Parcel 1, making that easier, being able to go down closer to the creek and things like that. So it's a concept to be able to expand the trail system in that way.
There's a nod to a potential additional dog park in case another dog park gets cannibalized. And then, one of the reasons why this additional trail work was thought about in this phase was because it requires another check-in on floodplain, floodway, FEMA. And so we wanted to study that and look at approvals for something like that without the, without the time pressures of when we were delivering City Hall and Rec Center and all the other pieces of phase one.
Okay, and these are just some image of how, just different ways trailheads or things like that can be utilized. Sorry?
Just looking at the wonderful trees.
Oh, the wonderful trees, yep. And then here's just some of the residential options that Corin had mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. You want to walk through those a little bit?
Yeah.
Urban
Yeah, like,
style.
that's a
Yeah.
new thing.
Technical term.
They show varying. These are true fit tests where they are drawn to scale. They do have different parking yields that support, I want to say, 150 to 200 units, with similar number of unit parking yields, both surface parking and tuck under. We have in the low density scenario, I think that's 2 stories with walk up. Townhouses adjacent to the residences. So we've shown a couple of different options that can be both 4 stories as well as a step down to 3 stories and differing townhouse style product adjacent to the existing residences.
So can you expand, what does Gerben style
Yeah,
mean?
outside of-
What are the
I'm get-
components?
I'm guessing those white wads piece of paper represent trees.
Yeah.
They do. They do.
And to be honest with you, I mean, it's sort of a
I know.
Like what?
urban style is a catch-all category or name for something that has a combination. It's this urban style garden apartment.
Okay, that's where the G comes from. Okay.
That's all we
And so
I was like, where's the G come from?
garden. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Are you
It's a
making up a
garden
word?
style.
Yeah.
No, so it's a garden apartment, and garden apartment is typically typified by surface parking,
Yeah.
and the kind of open space that's associated with it.
Okay.
Gerben just means you're hiding the surface parking on the interior of a lot, so that you have a balance between urban style housing that still has, surface parking.
So fusion.
A few-
It's a fusion.
And could you expand on tuck under parking?
Yeah. The tuck under parking is just going to be if you had, say, a 3 or 4 story structure, the tuck under parking would be you'd have a cantilever of a certain portion of your first floor that you can literally tuck your car underneath a structure without necessarily having to go subterranean. Subterranean parking is super expensive. We want to avoid that at all costs. So it's a way to increase the amount of surface parking that you have while you stack it underneath the
Typically a covered but reserved spot?
Yeah,
I
it'd be
take it-
covered and reserved. Yeah.
Thank you.
Or potentially an individual garage?
And individual what?
Garage.
Tranche. Yeah.
Garage.
Oh,
Garage.
garage. Yeah. I mean, the townhouses particularly are going to have
Right.
their garages. A lot of times,
First
urban
floor
is a
garage
carport.
and then-
Yeah, first floor garage stacked on top of it.
Yeah. So residential, while this parcel could be other uses, we also know kind of that influx of addition of people here, not just, you'll have the daytime from City Hall and others, but also kind of helps that nighttime when you've got residential component to the project. And so the market will also help us to kind of articulate this parcel as well. But these are some of the options that are being kind of looked at for this particular corner. And so coming up, we're actively working on substantial completion, and so we'll see that in December. We'll bring forward to you the City Hall Cafe lease. We'll also be implementing the Property Owners Association over the next several months. We'll coordinate what that grand opening looks like for both City Hall as well as the Monarch. Our park staff is actively working on kind of what that rollout looks like. We'll need time for staff in that building to be trained and well knowledgeable of all of the workings of that, especially with the indoor pool, and making sure everyone's comfortable. And so we'll have some soft openings there and get those memberships up. And so we'll be coming to you over the next several months for what that looks like, as well as the fee schedule for that. And then we'll be further branding kind of downtown Pflugerville, what you'll see kind of with the image there, the logo for downtown, kind of how we might implement that through all of downtown to ensure that the goal of having this project be representative of downtown and not separate is there. And then we'll continue those conversations on phase 2.
Emily, I'm glad you brought that up because we just had a conversation about fees last meeting? Parks? I think. I can't remember. Okay. When are we looking at bringing that back up? Because I think it's probably something we want to tell the public about sooner rather
Yeah,
than later.
probably in the next couple of months. We have some consultant teams helping us with some of the programming and all the ins and outs to make sure that we right size that. And so as we get closer to that, we'll be sure to, you'll have that on your agenda so we can have those conversations and get it out to the public as soon as we can.
Yeah, because I mean it's.
Yep. There's a lot of excitement behind it. We just want to make sure that when we're stepping out with that
Oh, I know.
we are in the
Well,
right
we'll hear
ballpark.
it. We'll hear it one way or the other.
That's right. All right.
Emily, could you maybe also, something else that people are worried about is the
Sure.
traffic management around that area?
Sure.
Would you mind speaking briefly about that plan?
Not at all. So part of phase 1 was to put in the infrastructure to help that. And so it includes not only the extension of Main Street, but the extension of Wanderlust and Pollinator to kind of make that block around, including 685. And just recently, probably one of Corn and I's biggest tasks was getting sign off from TxDOT earlier this year for the signalization of Main Street at 685. And so that'll be a 4-way intersection. It'll be the driveway to HEB and Main Street. That's where that intersection will occur. And so we worked with our engineering team, with TxDOT engineering teams to kind of help that flow of traffic. We had to be really mindful because of our unique intersection at Pecan and 685 to ensure that flow works between those intersections because they are a little bit closer, more of an urban style setting. And so I'm sure there'll be still some things to work out, but getting the infrastructure in we think is really helpful initially, and then signalizing that intersection I believe will be really beneficial.
Thank you.
And you will see that also happening as well. We were just talking to the team about when they are mobilizing to start installing the traffic signal. And you are going to see that in the next 2 or 3 weeks as well. And we do expect over the summer to have the work along FM 685 completed with a traffic signal in place sort of in July timeframe. It won't be operational, but you'll see those poles there.
I would say consider also adding our trail system to this around the whole thing. Our trail system. That way nobody, I know there's other cities trying to compete with our trail system distance to our claim.
Yeah. Right. So we will have the trail from up to Main Street from the existing trail.
You know, there's plenty of park space, so that's what I'm saying.
Yes, so phase 2 will include more of the more kind of traditional
Just
trails.
to add on,
But
make sure
all
we
the rest
stay on top.
are shared use paths that are under construction with the project.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Super excited for it. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Ford.
Thank you.
That brings us to the executive session portion of our agenda tonight. Looks like we'll be back there for the rest of the work session. Item 3C is consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code for discussions regarding settlement agreement and mutual release between the city and Bar Constructors, Inc. regarding the Central Wastewater Treatment Plant Expansion Project. 3D, consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding emergency medical services. 3E, deliberation regarding real property pursuant to section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and or value of real property related to Project Print. Item 3F, deliberation regarding real property pursuant to section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and or value of real property related to Project Princess. And item 3G, deliberation of personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, reassignment, and duties of the city manager pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. The time is 6:15. We are in executive session.
Mayor, you need a motion for that.
A motion for what?
To So, you've announced the,
I've announced the items.
yeah, okay, well, in the sections, okay. Okay.
You're good.
All right.
You're good.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like,
Or then.
Should I go?
Time is 6:59. We've returned from executive session. No action was taken. We will now adjourn our work session. If you'll give us just a few moments to get ready for regular session. We'll be back right in a few minutes. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Pflugerville City Council. Tonight on April 28th, time is 7:05. I'll call us to order. I'm going to ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the pledge to the Texas flag. And following that, please remain standing for a moment of silence. If you would join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. As we call this meeting to order, I do want to point out that here on the dais, we do have all members of City Council. We have Mayor Pro Tem Kimberly Holliday, Council Place 1, Jonathan Kaufman, Place 2, Cesar Ruiz, Place 4, Rudy Mateer, Place 5, Melody Ryan, Place 6, David Rogers. We have our City Manager, Serena Breland, as well as our City Secretary, Trista Evans. Seems our attorney, Michael Hayes, has stepped away, but I'm sure he'll be back briefly.
He's done with us.
For the benefit of those in the audience and those watching along from home now or in the future, I want to make sure everyone knows who all is here to participate. With that, it brings us to public comment on our agenda. Now, I do have some legalese to read about public comment. A member of the public may address City Council regarding an item on the agenda. Comments must be relevant to the agenda item. Citizens wishing to speak during a work session. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the work session script. Yeah,
It applies.
I was confusing myself. All right. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. I do have several folks who have signed up to make public comment and several who have signed up to have their opinion registered and not speak. I'm going to start public comment with R.J. Iglesias. If you would come forward to the podium, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak.
I brought my phone because I'm bad at remembering things. My name is RJ. I've lived here for over 30 years. In that time, I've seen this town change in many ways. Some changes for the better. We have some excellent food options, as hopefully y'all all know. And some not so much. More recently, a change that I've become aware of is the city's adoption of flock safety ALPR cameras. Flock Safety has made and continues to make a very bold claim per their own website, and I quote, 10% of reported crime in the U.S. is solved using flock technology, end quote. But per Jason Kubler's article for 404 Media, quote, Chris Gilliard, who studies surveillance and privacy at the Just Tech Social Science Research Council, said the study that they used to come up with that 10% of all crime number is not published in a journal or vetted for accuracy in a traditional peer review process. Ultimately, it is a marketing document. They desire to prove the technology's effectiveness, which seems counter to how a rigorous study should be conducted, unbiased. The study was not peer-reviewed and was conducted, in fact, by 2 Flock employees, not impartial. It is not research, it is a sales pitch. Forbes also published an article about a case study that Flock cites about San Marino, California. They claim that crimes in that town fell by 70% after implementation of their systems. In fact, the article found that residential burglaries, which Flock claims focused on, actually increased by 5% while their cameras were implemented. I also found out there's a camera facing the playground at Moose Park. At the last public comment section, I believe the city clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, stated that particular camera is not an ALPR. Well, does that mean that it records and streams video instead? Did you know that on September 30th of last year, Bob Carter, Flock's VP of Business Development and registered lobbyist, logged on and accessed a camera in a gymnastics room at a community center in Dunwoody, Georgia, where children are playing? He did not have access to that camera, but he accessed it all the same. He's not the only Flock employee found in an audit to have access to cameras in sensitive areas all over the United States. Next time, I will discuss the many security vulnerabilities built into these systems and Flock Safety's lackluster response to them. I look forward to helping the City Council and the community in gaining a fuller understanding of these systems and the dangers they pose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Iglesias. Thank you for being here tonight. The next person registered to speak is Mimi Stiles. Welcome, Mimi.
Hello.
That does not look like Mimi behind you.
That's all right. This is my security. This is my husband, Cliff Stiles. So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mimi Stiles, and I am here tonight on behalf of the Pflugerville Black History Project and community members. And today I also want to give honor to Pastor Coxum and all of the members from St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church. Packing this room is just incredible. Over the past several weeks, we have done exactly what has been asked of us to do. We've organized, we've engaged the community, we've formally briefed the city's Equity Advisory Committee on our plans and recommendations. That committee expressed strong alignment with the African American Corridor project, is what we are hoping to erect right near the Black Cemetery off of Pecan. And so tonight for us, it's really a decision point. We are here to ask the City Council to formally fund the Black Pflugerville History Project, the African American Corridor. We are in Pflugerville's Black history, particularly the history of the community once known as the Colored Edition and still known as the Colored Edition has been overlooked for far too long, and yet that history is foundational to this city. I do also want to thank all those city council members and our mayor who's always been a part of our restoration and taking care of the cemetery. You know, we have the research. My husband did ground penetration, and we know a lot about the cemetery. We have the community. We have, alignment with the Equity Commission or with the Equity Committee. But what we need now is the city's investment and commitment to visibility. This project is also known, again, as the African American Corridor Project. It is a community-led project and effort in honor to working to preserve and activate this history in a way that is both permanent, right, and also very public. Our vision includes interpretive story stations throughout the corridor in that area. It includes public art installations created by local Black artists. It also includes a digital storytelling platform elevating the voices of descendants, right, that are many of them in this room and longtime residents. It's about truth telling. It's about belonging. It's about who gets to be seen in Pflugerville. And respectfully, this work has already, had a lot of energy, and we're continuing to organize. We actually meet once a month virtually. Y'all are all welcome to join us. And the next step for us, though, is a decision, right? It's the next step for us is funding, to be very clear. And I'll finish here. We are ready as a community to move forward. The community is ready, and the plan is almost ready. So thank you so much. And I also want to give honor to my husband and the Giving Rose Foundation for all the work that they do in preserving Black history in Pflugerville. And thank you again to the church.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. The next person I have signed up is Pastor Richard Coxum.
Praise the Lord, Council. My name is Richard Coaxum. I am the pastor of a 116-year-old church here in Pflugerville, Texas, called St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church. Glad that you've taken the time to allow us to speak this afternoon. But I have to go back because I've been at the church now. In November will be 32 years.
Crazy.
And I can recall after about a year at St. Mary, I was asked by a council at that time, what did I think about changing the name of the edition from the colored edition of Pflugerville? I hadn't spoken to the residents of Pflugerville, and at that time there were many who were still alive, and they gave me stories about what was not happening in the edition. No street lights, no sewer, no fire hydrants, none of those things. That stayed the same way up until about 2 councils ago, or maybe 2.5 councils ago, when actually the voices were starting to be heard. And so anybody that rides through the area now can see that there is major construction starting from infrastructure underground that's going to rise to the top at another point. I stand to say that I'm in support of this simply because it is history, and it is Pflugerville history, and that's my take on it. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I have Miss Urcha Dunbar Crespo. She seemed to know I was going to call her.
Sir?
She seemed to know she was next.
I did.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, Pflugervillians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Urcha Dunbar Crespo. I've been a resident of Pflugerville for over 32 years, and for all of that time, I've been a member of St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church, which is a part of the historic colored edition. So I support this project fully. Tonight, I'm going to speak on behalf of Minister Tony Hansen. So I have his statement, his statement, so that I kind of get both of them in there. Minister Hansen and his wife are also 30-plus year residents of the city of Pflugerville. They stand in strong support of funding the Pflugerville Black History Project in the historic colored edition without a name change. What brings all of us here today actually began outside of this project. It started with a simple, practical question asked by our own council member, Rudy Matea. He was over in the area and he said, "Where are the fire hydrants?" There weren't any. And along with a whole lot of other things. That neighborhood is being brought up to code now after many, many years of being neglected, and we appreciate that. The question that question from Rudy, Councilmember Matea, became a part of a formal initiative, and it sparked and revealed the deeper issue. It exposed the gaps in infrastructure and gaps in attention that had persisted for years. A concern was raised, the city listened, and leaders acted. We now see meaningful infrastructure rebuilding, as my pastor mentioned. Thank you, Council Matea. To the full council, Pflugerville staff, thank you for working on that bond package that funded that upgrade. This is what shared responsibility and responsive government looks like. Today's request goes beyond the infrastructure. It's about preserving the story of the historic colored edition, a community built by families whose names are not always lifted up in our public narrative, yet whose contributions are foundational to Pflugerville. We've had the privilege, I personally have had the privilege of meeting and worshiping with a number of the descendants of these families, the Caldwells, the Russells, the McDades, and the Robinsons, to name a few. There are others whose legacy is woven into the fabric of this city. They built, strived to sustain, raised families in this community through segregation, through limited resources, and decades of underinvestment. Their history is Pflugerville's history. As Pflugerville just celebrated a slice of Pflugerville, and if you weren't there, Sister Sledge sang the song, "We are family." And you know what? We are family. We recognize these families as a testament to their resilience of faith and community. Honor this community and its families with the dignity and visibility it needs and they deserve. fully fund this project for the African American Historic Colored Edition corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunbar Crespo. The next person signed up to speak is Brian Dixon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Brian Dixon. I stand before you as a minister of St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church. You heard our pastor speak earlier. I've been a resident of Pflugerville for 5 years along with my wife, Maria. The church was founded obviously in 1910, but what I want to take a moment and say that I stand here in support of this project as well. The word Pflugerville Colored Edition, for some, I want to acknowledge, may sound like a term of the past, maybe something we should erase. I want to acknowledge that the work that we're asking you to do is difficult work, because when you tell one person's story, you often feel like you exclude someone else's story. But we stand in front of you as a group of people who have a story worth telling and a story worth remembering. I want to acknowledge that the people who lived in this community didn't have a choice to live anywhere else. This is where they were forced to live, and we all have to reconcile like that. They built homes, they built a school, they built St. Mary's. And St. Mary's is more than a building to us. It's a place where generations have prayed, have gathered, have found strength. And this edition holds stories that matter to us, and stories that matter to this city. One of my favorite words in the Bible is redemption. To redeem means to restore, to reclaim, to bring value back. And we see this in the story of Ruth. What felt like all had been lost becomes a redemption story. And we have the opportunity of that today to build on a future. We're investing in our water. We're investing in all of these other areas so that this can be a city that we can all be proud of, that we can look to our children and our grandchildren and tell stories about that. And so tonight, I just want to take this opportunity and say this is an investment that is worth making. This is an investment that matters because it's not just about a development. It's about stepping forward and redemption. And so I support retaining the name. I support making the investment. I support bringing the infrastructure up to code and all of the other things that we'd like to do to make sure that these stories never get lost. Through the changes, through the challenges, through the transition, we are all still here, and we are proud to be a part of this community. And so we support this investment. And that concludes my remarks. One last thing I want to say is my dad said, when you know better, you do better. And the question is, do we know better?
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I have next person signed up to speak, Gwen Terry.
Miss Terry.
These aren't speaking.
Gwen Terry, the daughter of Charlie and Inez Russell, one of the founders, and I would like to make sure that their names are added and included in the colored edition of Pflugerville. And I had asked previously at the first meeting if it was legally filed with the Historic Commission. The colored edition, is it legally filed with the Historic Commission?
We're not able to
Answer that
respond at this
question.
point.
So, but I just wanted to make sure that Inez and Charlie Russell's names are added as founders of the Pflugerville edition.
Thank you. I do understand that the cemetery has a historical designation, but I'm not aware of anything else related to the
Can you
section.
elaborate on that? What do you mean?
The St. Mary's the cemetery in the section does have a historical designation.
Okay.
And I believe the family members have accomplished that. I have one more person signed up to speak. That's Sandra Belfield.
Hello, Councilor. My name is Sandra Belfield. I'm a descendant of Charlie and Inez Russell. I just wanted to come and say that in the Pflugerville Color Edition, it was recently made for the African American families to live and to build their homes and have homes. And lately I've been hearing that it's commercial. And I don't know when it became commercial, when it was given for families to build homes on. And if we have land that we want to build our homes on and put homes on, I don't understand the commercial part of the situation. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a number of folks who have filed their support of this issue. I'll read their names into the record now. We have Mr. Tony Hansen. We have Nadine McElroy. Maggie Elroy. All right. Catherine, is that Lears? Catherine L. Lewis. I'm sorry. We have Eloise Bonner. All right. John A. Stringfellow.
Yes.
Tony Caldwell Hinton.
Yes.
Brenda Franklin.
Yes.
Cynthia Harden.
Yes.
Benita Eschels.
Yes.
Karen Moore.
Yes.
Arlene Robinson.
Yes.
And Jacqueline T. Freeman.
Yes.
All voicing their support.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here tonight.
I got my name on this. I came in maybe late.
Would you like to speak?
No, I don't want to speak. I just want to have my name is.
Certainly. Fill out one of those cards. We'll make sure you're added to the list.
Senior, 30-year resident here in Pflugerville.
All right. Wonderful. We have someone else. At this point in time, if anyone else is wishing to speak, you are welcome to come forward. And if you would, as you come forward, be sure to state your name for the record.
Okay. Okay. My name is Cynthia Priest, and I'm the granddaughter of Charlie Russell and Inez Russell. And my family been on residents of Pflugerville for over 100 years. And it's the Color Edition. It was named the Color Edition, and my grandfather was part of that. And I know with new people coming into the area, it might sound offending, but those people who lived there were proud people and was proud of the name. And the name need to be kept that way because it's a historical landmark, and they were proud of that community. And also, I don't know if this is a topic of discussion, but I was looking at 6A ORD-0882. And it says the Dixon-Lockett Amendment, which amends the future land use. And I'm kind of confused about that. And maybe I don't know if I can talk on it now or we can talk on it separately.
You're welcome to sign up and speak for it when we come to that item. I would invite you to stick around and hear about it.
I'll do that. And this land that's been in our family for years, we still use that land. We have grandchildren. I have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and one great-great that we all still come out and we celebrate. And we use that land and we tell our stories to our children. Everybody sit around and we still talk about our past and the future so our children would know. We do this so everybody would know each other. Children grow up and they don't even know family. But so we're the next generation that's carrying on the family tradition that we did when I was a little girl. I was here during the segregation. I went to Pflugerville during the segregation. I was in the 2-room classroom that was on the land. So I was here through everything. And that land means a lot because my grandfather, he plowed. I was out there planting, and my grandmother was doing the canning. So, it goes on for so many years, and it has a lot of value, and it has a lot of meaning to the ones who were here. And I I'm for the infrastructure. I want to see the change in the infrastructure, but I don't want that change to take our land because it belongs to us. And my grandfather worked hard. I seen him work hard. In the beginning, he had a huge house that he built by hand himself. That house burned down because it wasn't no fire hydrants. He rebuilt another house on that land. And my aunt put a house on the opposite side of the land. So it was a lot of work and toil, and we don't want to lose that. We want to make sure that that land stays the way it is. If you want to improve the infrastructure, I'm all for it. And I know a lot of new people come here, and they're young people. The name is offensive to them. At one time, a newspaper article came out with my grandfather, which they did an interview with him, and they asked him about the color edition. He said he wanted to stay the same. When I was young, I didn't understand. When I got older, I understood. I understand a lot of things now that older people would tell me, but I was too young to understand, but I understand it now. Because I'm a homeowner. I wouldn't want nobody to take mine because I work too hard. So with that, I'll rest and thank everybody for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for those words. This is public comment. Do we have anyone else from the public wishing to make a comment on items not on the agenda? Oh, got
Right, we got two.
Just
Three.
be the buzzer. Okay.
We got.
No, that's our show. Yeah.
No. She up front.
Okay. If you'd state your name for the record.
Hello, good evening. My name is Patricia Lockett. I am the granddaughter of George Caldwell Jr. and the great-granddaughter of J.E. Tyson. The lady just spoke about Article 6A on there, 1304 and 1312 Taylor Avenue. That is my great-grandfather's land, which I now own, and my plans are to build a forever home there. It's the history that did that. It's the history. I spoke about it at the last meeting where my great-grandfather purchased that land with a brown horse, a bale of hay, a wagon wheel, and $200. And I still have that promissory note and the deed with me right now. So it's history. So again, we want to continue to grow that history, keep telling the stories of where we came from and where we're going, and also continue with the name of Colored Edition. It doesn't offend me. I'm proud of that. I know what my grandparents did. I'm very proud of that. So again, I'm all for the changes that they want to implement in that area, and I am also excited about continue to tell the story of what the Colored Edition is. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I calling these or are they coming up?
Excuse me, to the mayor and all the council members, city officials. I really don't like to speak, but I've been listening to all the conversation and some of the history that's been given, but it's not accurate. As far as the Colored Edition is concerned, I've never been offended by that name, but I think a lot of people think that's an addition where black folk had to live. My great-grandfather was the first black to settle in Pflugerville. He bought 100 acres out off of Heatherwhite Boulevard in 1873. I have the deeds and everything. He never lived up there. My other grandfather on my mother's side, he lived on land. I'm 80 years old. I've been coming to Pflugerville since I was a little girl, knowing where everybody lived. I had cousins on Walnut. You know, when that section was put up there, I don't know who named it the Colored Edition, but it wasn't a part of the city limits. I remember when it was annexed. I remember when our property was annexed. If people want to recognize that as being Colored Edition or whatever, keeping it the way it is, non-commercial, I'm all for that. But I just want people to let people know that we didn't have to live up there. All the blacks did not have to live in that section of town. Because to have people believing that sends the wrong message, and it's not true. It's not true at all.
Right.
But whatever they want to do as far as honoring that section of land up there, I'm all for it. My great-grandfather on my mother's side, he lived up there. The story is, it was people who worked for Mr. Knowlton in Pflugerville. And when he decided to sell some of that land, some of his employees bought land, so they built houses there. And, but it's not a place where all the blacks have to live. And I don't want that to, be something that people remember about Pflugerville. And I think when people come to a place, they need to know the history so they won't get it all confused. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I have two other people wishing to register their support. That was, let me get my glasses. Keith Wooten Sr. And Arlene Taylor. And one last call. Anyone else wishing to make comment during public comment? One more at the back. And again, if you would state your name for the record.
Yes. Good evening. I am Portia Hodge, a proud descendant of the Russell family by third generation. And I am just coming in support of improvements being made, but that is my lineage, that is my history, and so I do not want it to be wiped away or taken away, because that means you're taking away from my family. As my cousin spoke, you would be taken away from our history, and improvements are definitely welcomed, but I don't want where I was raised, where I grew up, to be erased. I don't think anybody would want where they were raised to be erased or deleted from history. So I'm all in support of improvements, but yeah, if we could just preserve the land, respect the history, the people who created, who were there in the founding of the land, that would be greatly appreciated. Because now my kids are learning the history. Just today I was telling my son about this. He didn't even know that he is from a lineage of history where it's rich in history. It's something that we're proud to say we come from. Like they said, although others may not look at it as such. To be suppressed and be able to gain land and be able to grow on that land and build family on that land and legacy on that land, that is something to be proud of. And my son was so proud to hear that he comes from that. So I would just love for it to be respected, honored, and treated with the respect that it deserves, and the improvements that you all are considering. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, we'll move forward. I have 5 proclamations to make tonight. I'll be doing 4 and turning 1 over to my Mayor Pro Tem for her passion and lived experience. So you may notice we're joined tonight by a few folks in leather jackets or leather vests. We've got the Wolverines Motorcycle Club with us tonight to celebrate motorcycle awareness, Motorcycle Safety Month here in Pflugerville. Motorcycling is a popular form of transportation and recreation. Motorcyclists are roughly unprotected and more likely to be injured or killed in a crash than other vehicles who are in a cage, as I understand it. I urge all members of our community to become aware of the inherent dangers involved in operating a motorcycle and to do everything they can to ensure the safety of motorcyclists and other users of all of our roadways. As I like to say, loud pipes save lives. So make sure you watch, but also listen for those motorcyclists out there. I guess my 3 minutes are up. And so I'll proclaim May 2026 as Motorcycle Safety Month in the city of Pflugerville. And I'll invite the Wolverines Motorcycle Club to join me by the flags for a picture and your proclamation.
Make sure y'all put that sign up front. People need to see that sign.
Anybody else here for the proclamation for motorcycle awareness? Come on up.
ride on a three-wheeler. Seat on the side.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
For my next proclamation, we have Drinking Water Week here in the city of Pflugerville. Safe, reliable drinking water is essential to public health and the overall quality of life in our community. We all know that very well, I think, after the last couple months. Residents and businesses depend on clean drinking water for activities such as brushing teeth, operating businesses, and supporting schools. Drinking Water Week provides an opportunity to educate community about the journey water takes from source to tap and to recognize the vital contributions of water professionals who keep it flowing every day. Therefore, I proclaim May 3rd through 9th as Drinking Water Week in the city of Pflugerville. Shelby Granger and treatment plant operators are here to accept the proclamation. If you would come forward and join me at the flags.
Probably working.
You guys some work.
There you go. Cute.
Well, this is one of my favorite ones because we've got someone who consistently works hard to serve the city. So now Municipal Clerks Week provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the invaluable work of municipal clerks. Municipal clerks are essential to the effective functioning of local government, ensuring transparency and accountability. The Texas Municipal Clerks Association represents more than 1,100 municipal clerks. Bit of trivia, there are about 1,250 cities in Texas, maybe 1,300. Now, these municipal clerks contribute significantly to the success and efficiency of local government. So I proclaim May 3rd through 9th as Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Pflugerville. And our very own City Secretary, Trista Evans, is here to accept the proclamation.
We know her. There's a real smile.
She was practicing her smile.
Oh, so she gives us fake ones all these years?
Yes. You can tell. You can tell. She said, "This is my picture smile."
First time I see a real smile.
All right, this one's a little bit more somber because we do want to call attention to the risks that we have throughout our community. We want to call attention and make sure that individuals are taking the cautions and the precautions necessary. Pediatric vehicular heat stroke is one of the leading causes of non-crash related fatalities in vehicles. for children under the age of 15. On a 70-degree day, the interior of a vehicle can reach over 115 degrees in just 30 minutes. Tragedies can happen to any caregiver, often triggered by a change in routine, sleep deprivation, or even high stress. So I proclaim May 1st as Hot Car Awareness Day in the city of Pflugerville. I believe we have Sally Raja here to accept the proclamation. Sally, do you have words to say? All right. I will give you the microphone, and then you will meet for a photo.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone here today. My name is Siley Raja, and I'm a high school student, youth advocate, and the founder of Project Safe Ride. I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for this recognition and for taking the time to support a cause that is so deeply important. It truly means a lot, not just to me, but to every family this issue impacts. It's especially meaningful to be here in Pflugerville, a community that is growing, family-oriented, and deeply connected. This is the kind of place where people look out for one another, and that's exactly why conversations like this matter. Project Safe Ride is a youth-led initiative focused on raising awareness about pediatric vehicular heat stroke, also known as hot car deaths. These tragedies occur when a child or pet is left in a vehicle and the temperature rises rapidly inside. Every year, dozens of children lose their lives this way, and it's especially critical here in Texas, where even a short amount of time in a parked car can become dangerous. What's often misunderstood is that many of these cases don't happen because someone didn't care. They happen because of how human memory works. A change in routine, a busy schedule, or simple autopilot can cause the brain to forget something it never should. That's exactly what Project Safe Ride is working to change. Not by placing blame, but by building awareness and habits that can save lives. Through Project Safe Ride, I work to educate communities, partner with local organizations, and speak about the importance of backseat safety. As part of this effort, I also created a free app that sends a reminder shortly after you park your car, prompting you to check the backseat. It's a small tool, but it helps reinforce a life-saving habit. When I first started this initiative, I didn't have everything figured out. There were moments where it felt overwhelming, trying to turn an idea into something real. But through all of that, I've had constant support from my parents. They believed in me from the beginning, encouraged me when things were difficult, and helped me keep going. I'm incredibly grateful for them and for everyone who has supported this mission along the way. This proclamation is more than just an honor. It's a step forward. It shows that Pflugerville is a city that cares, that leads with action, and that is willing to protect its family in meaningful ways. We made wearing seatbelts a habit. We made distracted driving a no. We made getting a designated driver after a night out a habit, and we made looking twice at crosswalks a habit. We started this conversation in Cedar Park, and today we continue it here in Pflugerville. It's time we make checking the backseat automatic, because no parent should ever say, "I forgot," and mean it like that. Thank you again for this recognition and for helping make Pflugerville and every community reach a safer place. Thank you.
You join me for a photo?
Can we get mom in the picture? Can we get mom in the picture?
Great job.
All right, my Mayor Pro Tem, if she is available. I will invite her to the podium. You've heard enough from me, and I'll invite my Mayor Pro Tem, Kimberly Holliday, a servant leader with lived experience, to present this next proclamation.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So grateful. Good evening, fellow City Council members, faithful Pflugerville friends, and family. Thank you, Mayor Weiss, for your continued commitment to ensuring Pflugerville remains the safest little big city in Texas. Before I read our proclamation on child abuse, I want to share why this moment is so very important to me. While I stand here today as Mayor Pro Tem, this is bigger than any role or title I will ever hold. I stand before you as someone with lived experience, a survivor of childhood physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. I am by nature an introvert, but I learned at a very young age that my silence did not protect me. It allowed the abuse to continue. So I made a choice to find my voice. Today, I use that voice, not just for myself, but for the children who are still suffering in silence. That is what led me to public service, to be an advocate. Without further delay, it is my distinct honor to present this proclamation recognizing April in Pflugerville as Child Abuse Prevention Month. The Mayor's proclamation declaring April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Pflugerville. Whereas every child deserves to grow up in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment free from abuse, and whereas child abuse and neglect affects millions of children each year, leaving long-lasting impacts on physical, emotional, and psychological well-being. And whereas families and supportive communities play a vital role in preventing child abuse, and research shows that protective factors such as parental resilience, social connections, and access to essential services greatly reduce the risk of harm. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month provides an opportunity for all residents to learn about the signs of abuse, understand the importance of early intervention, and commit to creating safe spaces where children can thrive. And whereas by raising awareness, promoting education, and supporting prevention programs, we can build a community where every child is valued, protected, and empowered to reach their full potential. Now, therefore, be it resolved that my mayor, Doug Weiss, from the city of Pflugerville, does hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Pflugerville. At this time, I would like to invite a very special guest to accept this proclamation. Today, I've asked Tony Finch, who is a retired human services technician whose commitment to protecting children has never wavered. Her dedication is so strong that she has actually returned to the front lines as a contractor with Child Watch, where she monitors children without placement who are now placed in hotels. Her work reflects the very heart of this proclamation and the urgency of ensuring that every child, not only in Pflugerville but around Texas, is protected but cared for with dignity and compassion. At this time, I welcome Tony Finch. Come on. Thank you. Give us just a few brief words. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kimberly Holliday. Thank you for this honor. I am truly grateful to accept this proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month. I accept it with both appreciation and strong sense of purpose because this month reminds us of something critical. Protecting children is not only about responding to harm after it happens, but is about preventing this harm in the first place. Child abuse prevention begins long before a crisis reaches a courtroom, a hospital, or a child welfare office. It begins when families have what they need to stay strong, when communities are supported and invested in, and when systems are accountable for ensuring children growing up in safe and stable environments. This is why this proclamation matters. It reminds me that child safety is our shared responsibility. No single agency can do this work alone. Schools, health systems, community organizations, faith leadership, local government, employers, and neighbors all play a role in creating the conditions where children can truly thrive. And for me, this issue is not just professional, it is deeply personal. My mother, Joyce James, is a national expert in child welfare and child protection, and she continues this work today. She was the first Black woman to lead the child protective system in the state of Texas, and she helped advance efforts that support children remaining safely with their families whenever possible. Following in her footsteps, my sister, Deidre Trahan Prescott, and I also served in Child Protective Service. Together, three of us bring 86 years of continued service to children and families. And through that work, we learned something that should guide all of us. We have seen the pain, we have seen the trauma, and we know the importance of stopping the hurt before it ever begins. When we talk about preventions, we're talking about upstream approach. We're talking about addressing the root cause of family stress before they become crisis. That means ensuring families have access to stable housing, to mental health care, to affordable child care, to economic support, and to strong connected neighborhoods. They are not extras, they are essential to keeping children safe. Prevention also means accountability. If we want better outcomes for children, then every system that touches their lives must be part of the solution. Prevention cannot rest solely with child protective services after harm has already occurred. And we must also be honest about something that is often difficult to say. Removals, while sometimes necessary, can bring additional trauma to children. It should never be our first or our only response. That is why investing in families early and consistently is so important, because when families are supported, children are safer. No state should be in the business of raising children, because no state is a good parent. What children need is family, what family need is support, and what community needs is a real, sustained, and measurable commitment to prevention. So today, I accept this proclamation with both gratitude and urgency. Gratitude to recognition of this important work, and urgency because there is still so much more to do. Let us continue building a city with families and strengthen where children are protected and where communities are fully invested in the success. Thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for the commitment to the children and families of this city.
Thank you so much. Beautiful.
She was ahead of things.
And then that one goes to Kimberly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Of course. Thank you so much. That brings us to Section 5 on our agenda. Section 5 is our consent agenda. Council, I will ask you if there are items that you need pulled, but before I do that, item 5D has been requested to be pulled from consideration.
B is in
D is in dog, D is in Delta, 5 Delta, 5F is in Frank, and G is in Gamma. Staff has asked to be pulled and brought back for consideration at a future meeting. Council, do you have any other items to be pulled from consent?
Absolutely not, Mayor. 5E as in echo.
E?
The minutes? Yep. That's it.
All right. Any other items? Council, I would ask for a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
If I can
Oh, I'm
read
sorry.
the consent agenda first.
You need to read the consent agenda. I'm sorry.
5A, so 5D,
We'll do that.
5E, 5F, and 5G have been pulled from the consent agenda.
5A is approving an annexation ordinance on second reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, annexing for patrol purposes a tract of land totaling approximately 62.73 acres of land situated in the Theophilus Ellison Survey, Section 22, Abstract Number 260 in Travis County, Texas, within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction, and recorded in document number 2006-201-486 of the official public records of Travis County, Texas, extending the boundaries of the city to include the land, zoning the land as a parks,
Bless you.
facilities, and open space
It is
district,
cold.
such land to be known as the New Sweden Lift Station annexation, binding the land to all of the regulations of the city, approving a service plan, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. 5B, ordinance second reading with a caption reading an ordinance amending and updating the City of Pflugerville Code of Ordinances, Title 9, General Regulations, Chapter 95, Parks and Recreation, Article 4, Public Tree Protection, clarifying existing language, adding a section for prohibited activities, updating responsibilities of the Tree Care Advisory Board, expanding use of the Tree Mitigation Fund, providing cumulative repealer and severability clauses, providing for open meeting and establishing an effective date. 5C, ordinance second reading with a caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, authorizing the lease of city property located adjacent to and northeast of New Sweden Church Road and consisting of approximately 72 acres. Such property to be used for farming, providing cumulative repealer and severability clauses, providing for open meetings, and establishing an effective date. Again, 5D, 5E, 5F, and 5G have been pulled. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
I believe I had a motion from Rudy and a second from David.
That's correct.
What happened to 4E?
Oh. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
All right, consent items pass unanimously. I apologize, council. I got a little ahead of myself.
Oh, yeah.
I got wrapped up in those proclamations. I skipped right over a presentation, and I know this is a very important one for our folks. So, going back briefly to item 4E to conduct a presentation on the City of Pflugerville water supply, we have Flogel Roberts, our Assistant City Manager, backed up by Matt Rector, our Utility and Engineering Director.
It is a phenomenal blazer.
Play into the crowd.
And Ms. Roberts, before you get started, can you remind the people watching how long you've been here?
My first day was March 2nd.
March 2nd, the day after the emergency was declared.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Just
ma'am.
before.
Yes, stage 1.
Emergency was declared on the 4th.
March 4th was the...
Oh, I thought it was March 1st.
Stage 1 was March 1st.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Flogel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are going to, Matt Rector, Chief, and I are giving you an update on the occurrences on the water line project since last council meeting. So on April 26th, we hit we surpassed the 633 target elevation. So
Ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Sir?
Ahead of schedule.
Yes, sir. We greatly appreciate everyone's efforts in conservation. We do encourage you all to continue conserving, but thank you. Again, this is a graphic showing just what our water levels have been at the elevation levels have been at the lake. As of yesterday, again, we're still just above the 633 elevation, and we're hoping to continue that upward trend. Again, on this slide, we know on April 23rd, we actually hit the 633 mark. We continue to surpass it. On that same day, April 23rd, we started using a bit more water daily. So our goal is still to continue using 4 MGD of water. As of yesterday, we were using 4.666 MGD of water. So again, we are still urging everyone to continue our conservation efforts. Here we're providing you with a few updated photos. So the first 2 photos that you see are photos within and just outside of the pump station. Our contractor is doing some piping work there. The last photo, the third photo you see on the far right, is an updated photo of the temporary 24-inch temporary bypass water line. Here, these are photos that illustrate the continued construction of the 42-inch water line. That's what you can see in the first two photos from the left. And on the photo on the right, again, it's also a photo of the 42-inch water line. This is the outfall at the lake. And in the background of that third photo, you can see just how much the lake has risen, which is great. And also in the first two photos, you can see just how the contractor has been somewhat affected by the rainwater that we've experienced here lately. So we'll give it to Matt, and he'll talk about our water treatment plant.
I actually had a couple of
Yes,
questions. Is there a goal for how high we want the lake elevation to be before the pumps are shut down for the 2 weeks for the repairs?
Our minimum elevation was 633. At the very least, we want to hold that, but if we can get much more water in the lake, it'll be even better for our operation.
Okay, and then my other question was when the pumps are shut down for those 2 weeks, do we have an expected decline in the lake elevation that we are anticipating based on current usage and how low we might get by the time the pumps are turned back on?
Of course, it depends.
Sure.
It depends on a number of factors. It depends on the amount of water that we all use on a daily basis. It depends on how much of the water is evaporated from the lake. Some things we cannot estimate. So I can't give you a definitive answer.
Okay.
The goal being that 633 provides us with enough buffer to
Yes, sir. It does.
to make it through that.
You're saying you can't give us a guesstimation?
On the elevation of
On
the
her
lake?
question.
We are trying to hold to that 633.
Oh, I got
Yes, sir.
that, but she's asking for a guesstimation on how low you expect it to go down based on those 2 weeks. I would suspect that should be something that we could guesstimate based on mathematics.
I would imagine so. I mean, we're talking 2 weeks, 14 days at between 5 and 10 million gallons a day. So that's going to be between
We might be
70
able to
and
look at
140 million gallons a day.
the other graph showing
Right.
how
Yeah.
quickly we declined when the pumps were off in the past.
And do we,
I mean, we may
know
need to
how
get that
many
back.
million gallons are in that last foot?
Put that in the weekly?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to do some math. It could be 5 million gallons used. It could be 14 million
Right.
gallons used a day. So there's going to be a big swing of what that number looks like, but maybe we'll apply those big swing of numbers and then attempt to calculate the feet, and we'll try to guess if it's going to rain or not.
Just a guess.
The rain definitely helped a bit
Supposed
to
to
raise
rain
the level.
Friday.
So
I don't know. 80% Friday might be 4% Friday.
Yeah.
I don't know. So we'll do.
I figured you guys had an estimate of, that we needed to be up at a certain level to make sure we didn't go down to past a certain level when the pumps are turned off based on the breaks historically and how quickly the decline had happened. So I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just...
Yeah, so I can say that I've run a myriad of numbers trying to do my best weatherman impression, predicting what might happen in the future.
Stop.
And so I looked back historically, like your past 3 summers, to see what your max day demand was and what your average day demand was. And then I ran those numbers, assuming that we would hit those and hold those for the 14-day shutdown. Assuming that we started at 633, which we're above that right now, so that helps us. And assuming that you hit your average day demand based on what you've seen the past 3 summers, then we do drop down back into where we would be. Let me just go back to that. So you would drop very solidly into that blue zone, somewhere in the 628 to 627 range, depending on how high the demand actually gets. Now, if you start seeing max day demand numbers come back, by the end of the 14 days, you're basically back into stage 3.
But we will be at, it is anticipated that at this time we would be in stage 1, bearing any major things. And so we would still have the limit of once a week outdoor watering at that point. So ideally, we wouldn't expect maximum.
Right. That's why we're doing that's one of the reasons why we are proposing the modified stage 1, to try to keep that limit in place so we don't see those real high numbers, and put us back into a situation where we have to really start trying to squeeze the usage back down.
So theoretically, if we keep our usage closer to the 4 million gallons a day from now until May 27th, is it possible that we could get up to 635 at a normal level and then have a bigger buffer, or 634?
We're already
If
at
we keep-
633.3, so that gives us about 30 days. Just like we talked about when we're drawing down, as you get closer, right, the amount of drawdown changes because the bottom of the lake is narrower than the top. So as we get higher and higher, it takes a lot more water to see those jumps, and so the past few days you're seeing less than a tenth of a foot increase per day, and we're pumping just as much water as we have been. And so that's where you're seeing that widened lake taking longer to get that rise.
So Matt, if I could ask you, one of the things that I'd asked the city manager, and I don't know that we've been able to do this math due to the rains, but we know how much water we're putting into the lake. We know how much water we're pulling out of the lake. We don't know how much the weather is helping us out. But have you been able to track and say, this foot contains this much water? We know that 30 to 31, 630 to 631 is maybe 50 million gallons, and 631 to 632 is maybe 100, and 632 to 633 is 150. Do we know any rough numbers like that?
So we do. The way we did it was we took a survey that you guys had done back in 2021 of the lake, and we used the topographical contour lines and used an average end area method, which is, I know,
technical. That sounds good.
But basically, we used that to determine how much water could fit in each of those 1 foot increments of the lake. That's how I'm running these numbers.
Okay.
We created that spreadsheet. I'm running that through this different analysis, saying if we draw 8 million gallons out, what does that do? If we draw 15 million gallons out, what does that do? And so that's how I'm trying to help do my predictions on what might happen.
Do you know how much 632 to 633 contains?
Not right off the top.
Not
of
off the
my
top of your head. Okay. My hope is that we're talking, even if we pulled 10 million gallons a day for 14 days, that's 140 million gallons. I would expect that's probably just a foot at these higher levels. I'm making a guess.
We can pull up the spreadsheet and confirm it for you.
It'd be helpful to see those models and see the numbers.
Okay.
But the expectation is hitting 633 allows us to weather, pardon the pun, the shutdown.
Yes, that was part of the conversation that we've had on a regular basis, is to try to give us that little bit of extra comfort zone, so that we could do this shutdown and not have to go back into this situation where we say, okay, now we're back to this
we
stage
don't want
3 situation.
We don't want to go backwards, and we know that once this 2-week shutdown is done, all going well, that we'll have much more capacity filling the lake at that point in time. We'll be exceeding our outtake with our input.
So once the system is back up and running, the 42-inch and the 30-inch are back fully functional, then yes, we could theoretically be more than the amount of water that we normally would draw.
Right. Well, and I know our draw rights are 22 million gallons a day, correct?
Right.
But with with both pipelines, since we do have redundancy, we have capacity to draw more than that. Have we considered seeking a a temporary exception to the limits to fill us up a little bit faster once both pipelines are back online?
We haven't considered that, but partially because the pumps that are being installed were only designed to hit that 22 million gallons
Keep
a day.
that capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So even though the pipes could provide more water, if we were to run all 4 pumps simultaneously, we're only going to be able to pull 22 million.
Okay.
That's a key point, because if you don't want to stress the system, and if they're designed specifically for that to be denoted as that, you don't want to put any pressure one way or the other with that as well. So.
To that point, though, when we were doing the bypass, we're intentionally not pumping the max available because of not putting stress on that bypass.
The pipe is limiting capacity.
Yeah.
So the pipe
Not the
limits
pump.
capacity, but also we only
No.
have 2 functional pumps right now.
Yeah, so, but the 2 functional pumps could pump in 11 million, and we're doing 9 or 9.5, correct?
We're averaging between 9.5 and 10 million gallons a day, but that's because of that 24-inch pipe restriction.
Okay,
The
is
pipe is the
Okay, I thought that you guys had discussed that we weren't pumping at maximum capacity.
No, we've got both pumps on full blast.
Okay.
It's just that
That's all we can fit through that pipe.
You're literally going with something like this as opposed to something like this.
So then if 4 pumps, the maximum capacity is 22 million gallons a day, and that is our agreement with LCRA. We're not expecting to do that every day. That's just the maximum that we could do in high demand times.
Yeah, we don't anticipate running all 4 pumps 24/7. The system was not actually designed for that. That's the maximum capacity you could push it to. But talk to any engineer, any
Our
pump expert,
sustained capacity
they're going to
is-
say run 3 maybe, and leave that 4th one as a backup.
Yeah, if I was going to say, let's be clear. When we're talking about like 22 MGD, that's a heck of a lot. Like, I don't even know how to explain. Like, that's a lot of water. That is a lot of water to go and do that as well. And so, I mean, you have that high point, just theoretical. That's what it usually is, in worst case scenarios. And obviously, we're taking advantage of that worst case scenario with that right now. But normally, yeah, you don't even get near that threshold, and you don't want to have anything on the system to go in with that capacity. And that comes into all sorts of other issues regarding water rights and everything else. Because if you're pulling more, that's not just coming out of thin air. That's coming from someone else that you're pulling from.
Well, we're paying for it.
Well, no. But
Yeah.
I'm saying if you go over, like,
Yeah. When all the pumps are installed at the end of this 2-week shutdown, to the mayor's point, are we planning to do max capacity at that point to get us back quicker to the desired lake elevation?
I think that's going to be a call that we make once we get closer to that point. If we're still trending pretty low with 4 MGD, and that's the demand that we're pulling out of the lake, and we don't need to full blast the 22, then my recommendation is that we don't go to the 22, because, again, while the system can handle that on a peak level, that is not something that you want to do on a sustained basis. So I would say turn on 3 pumps, do the recovery, and then go back to like a 2-pump operation just to maintain the lake levels. That would be my recommendation. Now, if we get into dire straits, then yes, I may change my mind. And ultimately, it's not my call to make. I'm just making recommendations. So
appreciate it.
You're like, hey, you knuckleheads want to make that decision. It's more than well to go do it.
And I appreciate the math too. Thanks.
Okay. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about, part of the reason why we are suggesting that we keep the demand low from the citizens, is because the other piece of the puzzle that we haven't really been talking about a lot is the water treatment plant. So we've been talking a lot about the pump station and the raw water line that feeds the lake. Well, on the other side of the lake, you have another pump station that feeds the treatment plant. So the treatment plant was originally designed for 17.7 MGD. It's aged a little bit, and as you can see in this picture, we've got a lot of things in construction out there. So the constrained capacity of the plant, in addition to the fact that we didn't we purposely didn't replace some of the things in the old plant because we're building a new plant and we were trying to be fiscally conservative. That kind of restricts what the plant can actually do. And so we're anticipating that really we don't want to push that plant beyond a 10 million gallon peak or an 8 million gallon average, which is in line with your typical average summer demands. But we still want to try to keep away from that, what we think could be the breaking point as much as possible, because this is another critical piece that we have to consider in this process.
Matt, how long is this temporary limitation going to be in place?
So we are working with the contractor right now to figure out like when all the different pieces of the plant can be online. But right now we are in conversations on their schedule. So
Before the end of the year?
That's our goal. Yes,
Okay.
is we're targeting right now Thanksgiving.
Okay. Cool. That's it. Hey,
But that
Substantial completion, is that what
that's what we're targeting. Now I like to say construction happens. So
okay, that's cool.
And what's our highest historical daily use?
online says?
our highest historical, based on now I only went back 3 years.
Okay.
So the highest historical use that I found in that 3 years was right at 16 million gallons.
Okay. So that doesn't include during the peak of the COVID years.
No.
Is that correct? Okay.
It was just going back to 2020. I think I went back to 2022, from 2025 to 2022. So I looked at those 3 years.
Okay.
All right. Melody, you just said that online still says June, so we may want to update online just to.
Well, so
On the dashboard.
So that's why I said
Dashboard.
we're in conversation.
It's okay. No, it's okay. We were saying that just so for
Got it.
y'all, because
Okay.
you don't have to hear the complaints. So that's it.
Well, because people ask those questions.
Yeah.
And online it said anticipated substantial completion date April 1st, 2026. So just if we can update that so everyone's on the same page.
Okay, we will. All right, so where does that put us? So we are suggesting that we go into a modified stage 1.
Cool.
And what does that mean for everybody who has been bearing with us and helping us out get to this level? So we are going to go to, you can hand water your lawns or your landscaping on your stage 1 days. So the ordinance as it sits today says based on your address you have certain days that you can water. So we are recommending that we allow that, but hand watering, so that's like actually standing there holding a hose that's, controlled by your hand.
I'm so
Vehicle
happy.
washing is allowed, again, on your designated days, again, using a bucket and a handheld controlled hose. We don't want to go crazy with just letting the hose run forever and watering in the driveway.
So you're saying that if we have a sprinkler that's you plug the hose in and the sprinkler goes off, those aren't allowed.
No.
You have to actually be using your
Right.
hand.
We are not
to
allowing
operate.
manual irrigation. So there's automatic irrigation, which is like
The regular.
Well, we know
Forget
not
it.
automatic, but we're saying it's got to be
Not
your
the old
hand.
school. The old school where
The
you
old school.
Yeah.
you move it
Remember
around.
those guys? Yeah.
I have one.
Yeah, there's a little tractor.
Yeah. We have to jump through.
No soaker hoses.
Right.
My dog jumps in.
We're still trying to restrict it, so we want you doing it by hand, because if you're standing out there, you're less likely just to set it and forget it and walk
Yeah.
away and go, oh yeah, 3 hours later, I forgot I turned that hose on.
That happens.
But it is scheduled to rain or predicted to rain in the next 3 days.
Yes.
So that should help.
That should help. We are still saying that if you are using water to wash, rinse, or treat your outdoor surfaces like your driveways, your sidewalks, those kind of things, we're not going to allow that.
Okay.
Swimming pools and hot tubs, we're allowing you to operate normally, but we are saying that draining your pool and refilling your pool, not allowed. So if you already have water in there and you need to add water for chemical loads, bather loads, all those kind of things, that's a phrase I learned from parks, by the way, then you're good. Otherwise, no. New pools and irrigation permits are allowed only if you are using non-city water sources. Splash pad operation is still prohibited. Use of fire hydrants for construction is prohibited. Fishing at Lake Pflugerville is now allowed. And then once we can get to an elevation of 634, we are going to allow swimming and boating.
So dare I ask, when we expect we might get to 634 for swimming and boating.
So I'm going to do my best.
Using your math. Not holding you to anything, but just general time frame.
So we're at a 633.3 right now, and we've been averaging about a 0.08, 0.07 growth per day since we got to these higher levels.
We're looking at
So
10 days, 10 to 14 days.
Something like that, yeah.
She said less than 2 weeks. She being Serena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming
Inquiring minds want to know.
Assuming we keep the demand levels low.
Sure. And I did have a question about the rain. How much does it help? And then someone pointed out to me that there were some streams or drainage that did flow into the lake, because before it was my understanding that we didn't have anything that flowed into the lake. And so is that the case, that we do have some creeks or streams going into the lake? And then how much?
So the lake is not a creek-fed lake. There are no natural creeks or rivers that feed the lake. That's why we have the raw water line.
Yeah.
There are, however, some drainage from nearby developments that do make their way into the lake. By all of the anecdotal evidence that I have seen, I haven't actually ran drainage numbers and runoff numbers to calculate how much it is. It's not a significant amount. I mean, when we had the biggest rain events, we saw a very slight uptick in the jump of the lake.
So it's de minimis at best. So therefore, consequently, it's important, again, for us to know that where it rains matters, and we want the rain to go into Highland Lakes because that's what feeds the water pipeline, which actually feeds into the lakes right there.
Mhm.
Correct.
So go west.
Yeah.
As I walked the area, I did notice. I think the Villages of Hidden Lake neighborhood does have a drainage ditch, a detention area that runs into the lake. There are several that storm drains that feed from the neighboring roads, but it's runoff. It's not fed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief to talk about enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm pleased to report since the last update, we've only issued 7 more citations.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
That's
would
a
have
big
to be with the
improvement.
rain. It could be also the inability for us to identify violators as well. So
Well, hopefully they didn't need to do
I'm
it
hoping that
because
the
of the
rain has
rain.
had the desired effect for their yards, and it has been compliance. And we do have a rather large docket set for the next round of ordinance violation, becoming about 24 for the next
24th?
Yes.
24.
24.
24
At
on
the
the next.
On the next docket.
When's the next stop? Mid-May?
I believe it is mid-May.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank y'all.
Just to let everyone know, I don't know if you've noticed in the photo, Nessie has returned.
Oh.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, so we'll move on to a couple of FAQs. One question that we've been receiving was, what does a 2-week shutdown mean for customers? So first and foremost, customers will not receive or see any service delivery. So there will be no interruption in the delivery of our service of water to anyone. With that said, the shutdown is going to allow our contractors to fully connect our newly installed water lines and to repair the broken 30-inch water line. And another question that we've been receiving is, why is the city modifying the permitted uses under stage 1? And this ties back to what Matt said earlier. We have limitations caused by the water treatment plant that is undergoing active construction. And so the implementation of the stage 1 program is our effort to maximize the benefit that our customers will receive, and while we ensure that we provide the maximum capacity possible. And with that said, we're complete. Any other questions?
Council, any other questions that we didn't ask while we went along?
So One theme that I've seen people talk about is water quality. Do you have any updates on customers' concerns about the taste and or cloudiness or things in the water when I've seen pictures and things like that? So I was wondering if you could address that.
Staff is always testing our water for turbidity, which would be the cloudiness that you see in the water, and also taste. I have not received any notification that we have had any violations regarding those matters. So our water is still safe to drink, to consume.
So because we had discussed before that the flushing of the fire hydrants.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at the dead end or
At dead end.
dead end?
Yes.
That could help with the taste that people are noticing. Although I'm continuing to see concerns even after that. How often do we do that flushing?
So TCQ does have regulations on when we need to flush, depending on what the matter is. And also we will flush if we continue to receive complaints or concerns regarding taste or odor, because that helps to clear out any mineral deposits that may sink to the bottom of the pipe.
Correct me if I'm wrong, our general practice prior to all of this trouble has been to flush twice a month, and now we're flushing the minimum TCQ requirement, which is once a month. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's not posted for action. Is that under the emergency order?
I just want to make sure, too, we are suggesting, even though it's not posted for action, our anticipation is that the media will likely publish this tonight. We need a little bit of time just to put the message out. So I was going to say Thursday, Friday, it's effective. I mean, I don't think we're going to,
What about May 1st?
May 1st is Friday, and I think that would be perfect.
Yeah,
but I have a feeling the media will get ahead of it before we can do full messaging. But we will, just by the end of this week, we will have this out. And
Which just happens to be May 1st.
It does, yes, sir.
And are we still encouraging our citizens to go to the Pflugerville website in order to find out exactly which date they can begin watering their lawns?
Don't use ChatGPT.
We will post all of that information on our website. We always try to link to the website. Also, as you're reading Facebook comments, know that like if there's a complaint on water, we don't have a staff that will go find that person, get their address. If you have a complaint, please call us. Please tell us where you're at. We will flush hydrants. We want to help. But we can't chase down and answer every 300 public comments on Facebook. And oftentimes we find out they don't live here. And so it's just...
Or they live in the ETJ.
And they're not
or
using our
outside
water.
our
So
area.
please tell us if you're having any taste issues.
And that information is on the water conservation page of who to contact for that.
I will make sure it is, but yes,
okay.
somewhere in there, yes.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pflugerville, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now we will move forward to item 6A. This is an item to conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending the Aspire Pflugerville 2040, the city's comprehensive plan by amending the plan's future land use map, such amendment to be known as the Dixon-Lockett Amendment, which amends the future land use categories for properties adjacent to and north of Taylor Street and west of Russell Street, and providing for the repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ashley Bailey, Planning and Development Services Director. The item. Okay, good.
There we
sorry. Technical difficulties on my part. The properties located here that you can see outlined in yellow are just over a third of an acre each. They are located at the northwest corner of Taylor Avenue and Russell Street in the historic colored addition. So here you can see we did include the original plat, and I do know I was able to see that original deed of sale. It is so cool if you get to see that. These are ancestral properties, and so the applicant is requesting to change the future land use map amendment from open space back to traditional neighborhood, so that they would be able to build homes on those lots. The current designation, you can see here, the current designation of that open space, parks open space, does not allow for the home. The property is currently zoned agricultural, just that development reserve. So what they will be doing is if this future land use map amendment is approved, then they would come back later for a rezoning into that suburban type residential.
Now I have a question.
Sure thing.
Since some of these areas, I believe, do have homes on them already, I'm just wondering why it was designated as agricultural, thereby making the property owners have to go through this process, which is a barrier.
Not agricultural.
Parks
and open space.
But the rest of the green on the right side is
The right side of the page is the zoning map. I can certainly look into that. I'm not sure where that happened, but we can look into that and get you an answer.
just because it adds time and effort to the property owner to have to do that. And then I guess you probably don't know why everyone else around on this map was designated as traditional neighborhood, or I'm not sure what the red is, neighborhood retail. And then those two, it just seems kind of interesting that those were parks and open space when the rest it was traditional. I'm just making an observation, but it is onerous for a property owner.
Ag is given at the time of annexation.
Okay.
And so the purpose here was because that was the original, it's kind of the lease and base. It's a baseline whenever you annex
That's
it,
the default.
you make it, yes,
Mhm.
more of a default. Definitely the intention was not to make it more difficult, but to make it more easy for someone to come in and give a vision of what they would like to do.
So just for the other area, all those ones that are traditional neighborhood, if they wanted to change something or add something, would they have to come and adjust this agricultural designation as well?
Potentially if there were other redevelopment efforts, like every other area in town that gets annexed.
Okay.
Yeah, tonight we're considering a amendment to the Aspire 2040 plan, because that is the vision for what those would turn into. Since that one currently says parks and open space, then we typically would not consider a rezoning request for traditional neighborhoods. So we'll be looking at amending the comprehensive plan
as a whole,
so that we would then allow for the rezoning.
Correct. And on the screen right now, you can see the difference between just those two future land use categories. So you can see on the one side was the parks and open space, and then the traditional neighborhood that would be looking at moving to, which allows for residential, but also could allow for some commercial if the property owner so desired, or some mixed use of some sort. So there we go. With that, this does match with the strategic plan, including creating density, enhancing community desirability, and creating clear pathways to home ownership. So that was an important one that we wanted to point out to you. And this will ensure that the land use category included in the future land use map and the Aspire Pflugerville 2040 comprehensive plan is consistent with the rezoning that the applicant will be pursuing subsequent to this amendment. The effective change and need for city services is there. As you are aware, there is a capital improvement program project going on right now. It's water, wastewater, and the roadways. And this is compatibility with existing uses, character, and the development patterns within that neighborhood. So with that, staff does recommend, and P&Z did vote 5-0 on this item as well, only because 2 were absent, to approve the land use map amendment as presented. And with that, there would be a second reading on May 12th for this item.
Could you take me back real quick to the original plat?
Yes.
And ready.
Indeed. So looking at this rezoning request, we see lots 1 through 6 on that block. The outline makes it look like this is lots 1 through 5. Is lot 6 included? in this rezoning?
No, there would be, so for the future land use map amendment, it would just be lot 1A and 2A, which I believe is just 1 through 5, and there is that little holdout
Okay.
piece on the corner.
I just wanted clarity on this. I know one of the things that we had contemplated in the comprehensive plan was the need for parks or community gathering space in this neighborhood. And I think we had initially targeted those lots. But does this leave enough room for that on lot 6, or will we be needing to look for other locations, other parcels for a park in this area?
Depending on the size that was desired, if you look at these two lots, they're sized about 1/3 of an acre. So if it was the entire block that was looked at for open space, we're looking probably closer to an acre. If we want that, I would suggest that we would reach out to other property owners in that vicinity. But for lot 6, if that owner is amenable to that, that could be a smaller lot.
There may be a landowner there with significant
With
portion
some
of
other
property.
some other holdings?
Yeah, that
all right
would be interested in that.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing?
I think it's great.
All right, this is a public hearing, and I invite anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item to make themselves known. I do have one person signed up, Renee Lockett. If you'd come forward.
Good evening. I am back. My name is Renee Lockett. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of my comprehensive plan amendment request. This request is personal and long-standing for my family. Our roots in Pflugerville go back generations. My grandfather, George Caldwell Jr., and his brothers helped build St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church in the early 1900s, and my family has remained active there. Our grandmother, Fannie Mae Tyson Caldwell, was honored through the naming of Caldwell Elementary
School.
This community helped shape my family, and we have always viewed it as home. I recently moved into the area back in 2024 to help support my father, who is currently 94 years old and a active resident of Pflugerville, Texas. The land we are discussing was purchased by my great-grandfather, J.E. Tyson, in 1919. And I mentioned this is the promissory note that he had, where it identifies what he paid for this land. It has the $200. It has 3/4 of the 5th and 7th bales of cotton, one brown horse, a mule, a bay of hay, I believe it is, and one iron wagon wheel. And this is what we have right here.
That is so cool.
It's an amazing piece of history.
Has the library made a copy of that for their collection?
I do not know if we have that in the library or not, but
That would
yes,
be
my family has. We've been
that would be
preserving
something the
this.
library totally.
We'd
needs to
love
have
the
in their
opportunity
collection.
to get a scan of that.
Okay,
If you'd
no
be
problem.
amenable.
Yes.
Yeah, we were just talking about the history.
For decades, it has been a place where our family gathered and where our history was carried forward. In 2023, we replatted the property as part of reasonable maintaining it and preparing it for its next chapter. I am requesting an amendment to the future land use map in the colored editions of division for the properties at 1304 and 1312 Taylor Avenue, from parks and open space to traditional neighborhood. My intention is to build my forever home on this land and create a stable, multi-generational living environment. This is not a commercial or a speculative request. I believe it aligns with the comprehensive plan's goal for thoughtful growth, family-oriented housing, and responsible land use. I respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval for this future land use map amendment for 1304 and 1312 Taylor Avenue. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration.
Thank you so much for that.
I'd like to make a motion to close public comments.
Let
Got another one?
me
Oh,
ask if
sorry.
there's anyone else.
So excited.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I see no one else coming forward to speak on this item.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Once again, I first of all thank you. I love history. I'd like to make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing for this item.
Yes.
We have completed the public hearing.
What was that document? It was the actual.
As a promissory note or a
No,
deed?
the plat. Oh, that was the original.
Oh, the original plat?
The original plat?
Yeah.
Which would make it, if I'm not math, 116 days and 1 day to the date we're making this.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't notice.
116 years.
I did.
And 1 day to the date.
I didn't notice the date on there.
April 27th, 1910.
Mayor, we entertain a motion.
I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 6A is presented.
Second.
I have a motion
Lots of
to
seconds.
approve 6A in a few seconds. Kimberly wins.
Rudy always has to be.
You did say day.
The comprehensive plan amendment passes unanimously. Congratulations on that. I imagine this is one
see you
step in the
again.
process. There are a few more we'll be going through, but we look forward to seeing you again.
Look forward to see what you do.
That brings us to item 6B, to conduct a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance of first reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending Chapter 95, Parks and Recreation, Article 5, Recreation Programs, Standards of Care of the City of Pflugerville Code of Ordinances to adopt standards of care for the city's youth recreational programs as required by state law, and amending various sections within the article to update the standards containing a cumulative and severability clauses and providing other matters related to the subject. We have Jonathan with us today.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
So Jonathan,
yes, sir.
We go through this every year because
Yes, sir.
that's our requirement. I've heard, strangely enough, proactively from more people asking about this, given some of the things that have happened across the state this year. So looking forward to this presentation and seeing things from that as well.
Absolutely. So this year's presentation will be very simple. As you mentioned, this is something that we do every year to exempt us via the Texas Human Resources Code from being a licensed child care facility. Our programs are recreational in nature and do not meet those requirements. And so this year we've only changed one item in that document. Really, it's updating to make sure that our weather policies are matching the National Weather Service, and so that is the only change that we have to this year's document. So I would entertain any questions.
Any questions, Council?
Sound like we'll entertain a motion.
All right, well, this is a public hearing.
I thought that too.
Let the public speak.
I was going to go.
At this time, I open the public hearing and ask anyone of the public wishing to speak on this item.
Like Kim's like, he's tired of us. I want to go home.
I see no one approaching to speak on this item.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
We actually see people fleeing.
It's a great opportunity. The public hearing is closed.
He said approved.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, David motioned.
David, did I hear a motion?
You did.
Okay. David moved to approve.
Second.
Caesar second.
He's trying to flee out of this meeting too.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to our regular agenda section of the meeting. Item 7A is to discuss and consider action to approve a change order with S.J. Lewis Construction of Texas Ltd. in the amount of $1,268,889.51 for work associated with the secondary Colorado River Raw Water Line Bid Package 3, Project WA2201, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. Director Rector.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. As indicated, this is the change order. This is the long-awaited change order on the 30-inch repair What they are going to be doing is they are going to be removing all of the damaged pipe from breaks 1 through 4. So all that will come out. They will put in brand new pipe to replace it all. Then they are also going to disconnect the 24-inch bypass line. And then because of the way we had to tap the 30-inch on each side, rather than trying to remove those taps and pull them out of the ground, we're going to put manholes in so that if we ever need to access them in the future, they are there for us.
Interesting.
That's the very high level overview of what's in this change order. Staff's recommending that we go ahead and approve it. I will say I met with the contractor and the owner's rep and the design engineer yesterday. They do anticipate that this is a worst case scenario change order.
Okay.
Because some of the things that are in there, like the mortar curtains or the ground well digging, those kind of things, they are hoping that they don't have to do as many of them as what they're projecting. With groundwater coming up due to all the rains and it being proximate to the creek, we thought it better to be safe than sorry.
Cool.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Sounds smart.
Yes. So you had mentioned that we were going to replace all of the areas for breaks 1 through 4. And what about break 5?
We were not recommending to replace break 5. We kept that open once they put the welded the butt strap on there, and then once they re-epoxied remortared the pipe. We are confident that it's holding its own, and we don't see any real risk to keeping that section of pipe in place.
Just for clarity, breaks 1 through 4 are all generally within the same proximity.
Correct.
Break 5 is about 7 miles down the way. Since we're replacing the pipe for break 4, it seems like replacing the sections of 1, 2, and 3. It's just all right there.
Right, because break 4 is the one that's under the creek that we can't actually get to yet without taking all the pipe out. And breaks 1, 2, and 3 are just on the north bank, right against where all the bends and twists are coming out of that underground pipe.
Okay. Melody, your other question?
So the contractor did take responsibility for breaks 1 through 3. But we are incurring the costs to replace the areas for breaks 1 through 3.
Yes, that is included in this change order.
Okay. And then on the summary, it said that the funding is going to be WIFIA and Texas Water Development Board. And I'm assuming that's the debt for that. So my question is, where is this cost going to be funded from? Is it going to be funded from our reserve fund balance, or is it going to be included in the cost of the secondary water line as a contingency, or where exactly is it going to be recorded, because those are different impacts on possible water rates?
So that's a little complicated to answer. Where it's going to be recorded is it's going to be recorded in the costs of the secondary raw water line, because it's a change order to that contract. So it'll be recorded as an expense from that contract. And I looked at the finance director to check me to make sure I'm telling you correctly. We're funding it currently out of reserves, and then I think we're going to reimburse ourselves with WIFIA and Water Development Board funds.
Okay, so if we do that, then previously we said this is an emergency fund, it's going to come out of the reserve, so it's not going to affect water rates. So if we are taking it from debt, that debt goes into our water rates. So then my question is this cost going to affect our water rates in the
So
future?
we're taking it from tranche 1, is that correct? Yeah,
But debt service you know, I mean, because it could go for other expenses for the construction. So it was just that we said it wasn't going to affect water rates because it's coming from the reserve fund. So if it's not coming from the reserve fund, then it will affect water rates if it's coming from debt, because debt service goes into our water rates. I just want to be very clear about that.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna phone a friend.
Yeah, you're the one standing there.
I know. This project originally came in like $20 million below our original projection.
Oh.
So there is some available.
Wait.
funds.
Let's $20 million. Okay.
Of savings. So I think what's important to recognize. So when we have said this will not affect water rates, the cost that has already been issued is already calculated into the current water rates. Correct.
It's been baked in.
So there's no change to current or projected water rates based on this expense.
Yeah, when we originally said reserve, I didn't realize how they were structuring this change order. But because they're structuring it the way they are, we're going to treat it as part of this project. And we're going to use funds available for this project.
But just to be clear, if we were lower, under budget, and didn't need to borrow debt, and then we are now borrowing more debt instead of using it from our reserve fund, that will go into our water rates.
We're not borrowing more debt. We are using what was already part of the WIFIA funding for this project.
It's already.
In
It was
lieu,
already-
yeah, but in lieu of other projects that we could use it for.
So
I just feel like we should be very careful about creating a narrative that isn't actually the case for this, so that we don't confuse people on it. Just my 2 cents.
But that is the bottom line. If we didn't have this expense, we would use that money for other water projects, or we would not borrow it.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, okay, even though this project has come $20 million under budget, but because of the fact that we're going to have to spend 1.2, we can circle up to 1.3 on something, that is a number that is calculable to that $20 million that we wouldn't have had to have spent in the first place. That's just what you're saying, right?
Yeah, plus the 400,000 from before.
Okay, so let's
1.7.
let's point it up to 1.7. But but our point is that so that's true. That's true. But what we're saying is that $20 million on the budget over here as well is pretty significant.
Which is already calculated into the water rates.
It's baked in. It's already baked in. So we get. I get what you're saying.
I mean, if you come under budget, then you don't borrow the money. So because you borrow the money usually based on yeah.
You borrow the money
and you
at the
could
beginning
use
of
it
the
then
project
for other water projects that where you wouldn't need to borrow future debt.
Possibly, but the Texas Water Development Board debt is specifically for this project. So
and we'll be able to
spent on
fund other projects from our reserves.
not that loan. The WIFIA.
No, but we have other reserves. We have, as other projects, as other capital improvements come forward, we'll be able to fund those from reserves. I mean, the challenge we have is that I never say the word right. You're going to have to tell me if I'm pronouncing this correctly. But money is fungible. Fungible? Is that it?
Fungible. You got it right.
Fungible.
You got it right the first
Fungible?
time.
Yeah.
You got it right the first time.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have capacity within this loan, and this loan is already contemplated in our water rates. So the water rates won't change due to this allocation. And future allocations that could otherwise have been covered by debt can now be covered by reserves.
Absolutely, except for the WIFIA loan. But just like you said, we've already done the worst case scenario, and it's already been baked in, and we're still back down at $20 million. And what we're saying is it will be charitable 1.7 million of that $20 million. So, I think that's called a win.
1.7 million extra.
Out of $20 million in a worst case scenario, we get the prices that we have.
18.3 million in savings.
Those are two different situations. If we didn't have the break, we wouldn't have the 1.7 million. It is the cost, but to the taxpayer.
Would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Motion to approve
7A
as presented.
Second. I have a motion and a second.
David.
David? All right, motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 7B, discuss and consider action to approve a construction contract with Liberty Civil Construction in the amount of $18,733,236 for construction services associated with the Emmanuel Road project and authorize the city manager to execute the same.
How much money are you saving us?
Now this one's spending money. How much value are we giving for this money? How many lane miles?
When I introduce myself, my name is Brad Laming, and I'm one of the project managers in transportation with CIP.
Pleasure to have you with us tonight.
Glad to be here. So the original estimated probable cost was about $25 million, and we received bids as high as 22 and as low as around 18.2. And we went through the best value system. We had a competitive still proposal, and we evaluated the two lowest, and we just spoke with each of the final two bidders and determined the best value was Liberty Civil Construction. So
can you explain just very quickly what best value is? Because I think some folks just assume that government just takes whatever the bottom barrel is and we go from there.
Certainly. So there's a couple of factors. In this case, there were a total of 5. The first was the proposed cost. Second was the amount of time. And the other 3 included the qualifications and previous history with the contractors, as well as their subcontractors. And that's just to name a few. That's cool.
I did have one question. Have we, I don't recognize the name of someone we've been using consistently lately.
That's correct.
Is this a new contractor that we're using for the first time? Have they been around that we're... Okay.
So from my understanding, the city is using Liberty Civil Construction for downtown east. Is that correct?
Yeah, one
of the contractors.
Okay.
So it isn't the first time with the city.
Okay.
Is there an official report like we've received like last meeting that has the details of the bids received and the engineer's recommendation?
So I can go ahead and provide a tally of the competitive still proposal. In case of the letter of recommendation from the consultant gave one for a low bid rather than competitive still proposal, and the city asked for a updated letter recommendation, and that was denied. And so we took the competitive still proposal matrix and the scores, and then interviewed the two finalists and kind of moved on from there.
So is that the reason there wasn't an engineer letter? Because
That is correct.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand the process.
You're
Typically,
correct.
whenever we're having a road construction contract, it's our standard procedure to have a recommendation where we talk about the fair process that we've given through this bid and the bid matrix.
Thank you for asking your question. Okay. And it's we never want to be at odds with those we work with, and in this case, we did our best to work together with the scope, and we moved forward with the matrix that was provided, and then we had questions that were showed in the project manual, or rather, the categories were shown in the project manual, and then asked those questions to the two potential bidders.
So this is not going to hinder their project. The project is not going to be below grade. This is not a refusal or rebuttal to the demands that we have for the project. It's just that ultimately we agreed to disagree on what we wanted with our final analysis of who would be the proper contractor for the specific project.
Correct. Okay. The panel was 4 city staff, including a city contract manager, construction manager, project manager, and other staff, et cetera. And so we asked the questions and gauged their answers by the answers they gave, as well as our previous experience, to see if the answers matched, or if we could follow through with follow-up questions as well.
So speaking of scope, I noticed that on the initial proposal, we suggested 450 days to substantial completion and 480 days to final completion. Mm-hmm. But the contract doesn't specify at all, just leaves blank the substantial completion date and sets the final completion date at 517 days.
Thank you for bringing
37 days longer than in our proposal I'm curious what's going on there.
Thank you for pulling it out and bringing it to our attention. It was a slight oversight. Now, I can have, anyone else like to speak to that, Matt?
Which one's right?
So, page 327 has the contract, and page 337 has the proposal.
So the way this was done is our consultant put in those dates. When we did the competitive seal proposal, one of the things that we asked every proposer to look at was their schedule. So what you're seeing on that proposal is their recommended schedule based on their analysis of the project and all that kind of stuff. So that's why it came in at the whatever, I don't remember those numbers off the top of my head. The 400 and some odd days.
450 to 480.
Yes. And so there was an oversight on us when we got the contract put together that we didn't update those numbers and fill in those blanks to reflect what they put in their actual bond.
So the 517 is not actually going to be the final.
No, that's what our engineer consultant assumed that it would take. The 450 to 480 is what the contractor thinks he can do the project.
And I'm assuming
what's
that
the contract going to be? Is it going to be 450, 480?
That's what he said.
Yeah. And I'm assuming one of the reasons why we selected this particular bidder, you mentioned timing as well. It sounds like they can get it done more quickly than the engineers expected. So that makes the roughly 2% over the lowest bidder a little bit more favorable.
That is correct. And that was one of the factors that we used when we scored. And the scoring was very, very close. And Liberty Civil Construction went out due to their timing and making sure we could complete it earlier.
So my only suggestion would be, and I guess I don't know if it's to you or legal, whenever y'all get, these contracts presented in front of us, just go over those blanks, because I think this is like the second or third time we've had questions about the blanks, but that's cool. Everything else is fine. It sounds smart.
Third time this year.
So I had another question, and it was a very long section. No, there's a lot of pages on this one. So
that's
yeah. So I don't know if I missed it, but what is the length of the road?
The length of the road is approximately 1.3 miles.
Okay.
And this is, the scope is 3-lane cross-section. Is that 3 lanes with turns, or is it 3 lanes total?
I'm on the hot seat.
Welcome to our council.
I know. The city decided to go with 3-lane section. It was ultimately made in the original design portion.
Mm-hmm.
And so, according to speaking with the design consultant regarding questions regarding that, let me go ahead and read this here. The city wanted to make sure that there was enough room to provide left and right turn lanes, and so the ultimate was 3 in order to address that.
Okay. I guess my rule of thumb is usually about $1.5 to $2 million per lane mile. So this does seem a little high. Is there a little water crossing? Is there a creek crossing here?
Yeah, manual.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that well, as we discovered with Kelly Lane Phase 2, that
I think there's actually
increases the expense quite
substantially.
My recollection is there are actually 2 creek crossings.
That is correct. So with 2 creek crossings, you do have a substantial cost. And you also have a bridge removal in this project as well. For the past
Okay.
Which is not too dissimilar from what we did. Do people even remember the bridge on Weiss anymore?
Oh,
We remember that. Like, I'm wondering if people even remember that.
It's still there, isn't it?
Well, no.
Yeah,
remember the
the original one?
Yes.
The 1-lane bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
The 1-lane
thought there
bridge.
still is. Okay, because that was my other question.
Boy, that was a
Because
mess.
since I didn't find the length of the street in this information, and we just last meeting had East Pflugerville Parkway, which I thought surely this is 50% more, but not longer. It would be helpful to have some context about how long it is, just to, I don't remember everything. But the reason then that this is more expensive than, say, East Pflugerville Parkway, which may be even longer, I'm not sure, but the 1.3 miles is because of the 2 creek crossings and the bridge removal.
Correct.
Okay.
And can you let us know?
There's a lot of complexity in the topography on a manual that is not present on Pflugerville Parkway. I drive both of those roads all the time, and it's really surprising how, they're 3-4 miles apart, and it's like a different world.
And then, but also East Pflugerville Parkway was 4 lanes for the 12 million, and this one's 3 lanes. And so someone in the neighborhood did ask why we chose to do the 3 lanes rather than 4 lanes each way. So if you could just provide some more insight to that.
So the decision to go with a 3-lane section was ultimately made prior to the design consultant being awarded the design contract. The city directed the design consultant to follow the right-of-way and Pflugerville master plan during the design. The transportation master plan adopted by the city of Pflugerville showed a manual road as a major collector with a description of widened to 3-lane. The city reached out to the community during the design process via an open house with 2 alternatives, which is now shown in the plans with an alternative which included a bike lane pavement in the pavement. Comments received favored this section, which we now have, which does not have a bike lane in the pavement. The shared use path that was built into the secondary design in the current design addresses the need of bicyclists. Also, the 4-lane section would require additional right-of-way, especially at the intersections which provide that left and right turn lanes.
In layman's terms, what's a shared use path?
Yes.
A shared use path enables pedestrians
so we just want
and bicyclists to cross each other without hitting each other.
So,
so a wide sidewalk.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was waiting for you to say big sidewalk.
Thank you for the technical term. Yes.
No, the correct answer is an extension of our trail system to further cement us as the trail capital of Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, Caesar's like sprinkle some stuff over here.
Okay, but what I'm hearing, thank you. I appreciate that detailed explanation. Thank you very much. So basically, if we wanted to do 4 lanes, we would need to acquire more right of way, which would be more expensive and would cause more delays on this project.
Correct.
And
Thank you.
It's also questionable whether you can even get the right of way because of how much is built up on either side.
Oh my gosh, all that stuff on each side. Yeah. And somebody rides a bike regularly over here. I mean, the shared use path, we've used that all over the city and it's done well. Like I haven't heard anybody complain. I think we might have a conversation at some point about, I mean, these kids, which I would do the same, I'm not going to lie. I know all those electric bikes, and there's, I do the same thing if I were them. Yeah. Right into the school all over the place. That may be a conversation later day. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Mayor motion to 7B as presented, approve. Some different words, but vernacular is the same.
Well, do we need to adjust the? I mean, as presented was the
with the amendment to make sure that we have the applicable dates denoted in the contract, as specified in the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, there's my second from Caesar.
I like he said Yoda speak. A new Star Wars movie is going to be outside.
Councilman Chair, did you accept that friendly amendment that's in section 2? To the,
Yeah.
That was
just wanted to double check that was
part of that was part of the original motion.
Okay.
It was moved before it was seconded. Motion passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item.
Well, he answered all my questions.
That brings us to item 7C. This is to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution consenting to continuing and renewing the mayor's disaster declaration issued on March 4th, 2026, imminent public water supply failure. Council, what I'm asking for here, I think I've spoken with Mike about this. I would like to extend this to the day after our next council meeting, which, if my math is and my calendar is accurate, should be the end or near the end of the 2-week shutdown period. So we will have full clarity on whether or not we are proceeding successfully.
Wait, did you say that the day after the next council meeting?
I'm sorry, not the next council meeting, the June 10th,
June
after
10th.
our first June
Okay.
meeting.
You know,
Sorry.
he did say that.
I
Okay.
did. I misspoke. You're correct. Not
So
our
the
not our
first
May, our
meeting
first
in
June.
June.
Yes,
the
our
day
first,
after the first meeting in June.
basically to coincide with the end of our 2-week shutdown of the water line.
I think that's
wise.
I believe that
What was that
that
date?
should be the
June
culmination
9th,
of
or
our
June 10th is the date he's asking.
June 10th.
that should be the culmination of our disaster.
Absolutely.
To clarify, Mr. Mayor, the resolution as written says indefinite period of time in section 5, and your proposal is that we will replace indefinite period of time with June 10th, 2026?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Well, I asked about that
Yeah.
too.
That's another example.
No, my request was never for indefinite, but I think that was included in there.
Hey, because you have a good lawyer who's like, wait a minute, let's make sure we can have
He's
it
like, you
done."
might need it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you can renew it
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
needed.
As we are doing tonight,
Yeah.
as we have established.
Mayor, would you turn a motion?
I would.
I do have another question. Or do you have? Go ahead.
I have, go ahead, ladies first.
Okay, so I'm just curious because in the declaration it says that the purpose of us doing the disaster declaration is the ability to seek state assistance, and so I was just wondering if we have an update on what state assistance we have sought and if there's a likelihood that we will be receiving any.
We have made some requests to capture water whenever we were flushing the hydrants, and we were denied that request. It's not, I shouldn't speak for them, but that doesn't provide water to homes, so therefore it must be a little bit more dire.
Who's they? Who denied it?
The state we go through TDEM.
Okay, that's what. Yeah. It wasn't TCQ. I just want to make
No,
sure.
no, no.
I want to make sure people knew that. Okay.
And I have a question about Section 6 of the original emergency declaration. It provides that the city may procure goods and services necessary to preserve and protect the public health and safety without the standard competitive bidding processes for the duration of this declaration. But it is not limited to things that are only about water and pipeline repairs. And I would ask that the mayor entertain a friendly amendment to so limit section 6 of the emergency declaration in the renewal.
Mike, can we make that happen? There a reason we wouldn't?
I'm trying to think of an example.
I mean, my only concern is that what if there was something that you may need to get?
Well, so
We could renew it and change it at that time, right?
So as an example, as was recently stated, TDEM denied our request to fund water trucks.
Yeah.
To capture the water. We did borrow some water trucks to capture water. I imagine that would be part of that type of expense. Would that be covered in your?
Absolutely, yeah, that would be covered because that's water and pipeline repair. What it does is it doesn't.
I'm not buying laptops.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. If
No
you're buying
basketballs?
laptops, you have to go through the regular.
We're not
process,
using
and
this
it's not.
to update the SCADA system or to
I've
furnish
seen
the.
other executives at other places take authority like this and.
Let me ask
and,
staff this. Did we use this
just out of
provision in order
abundance of caution.
to secure the change order?
No.
No, so even for something like that change order, we still went through the traditional,
It's with the contractor.
the contract process.
Yeah, and I think actually the way this is written, and actually even with the amendment, the change order could be done through the mayor's
It could be done through that, but we want to make sure that we're
But the
transparent and
manual
accountable.
order, for
Being
instance,
good stewards.
the way it's written, you could have just
Okay.
done this manual thing without.
What other questions do you have, David?
He's aggressively agreeing with you.
Okay.
What other questions do you have,
Let's
David?
aggressively agree with each other.
Okay.
Move
Any
on.
other questions?
That's it.
All right, David, would you like to make that motion?
All right. I move that we approve the resolution with the two changes. In section 5 of the new resolution, we change indefinite period from the date of this declaration to June 10th, 2026, and that we amend the the original continued and renewed motion to limit paragraph numeral 6 to only those purchases that are related to water and pipeline repair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
No more Nintendo Switches for y'all stuff.
None. Unless we bid it.
All right,
There you
motion
go.
passes unanimously.
Unless we bid it.
Let's
Thank
see,
you, Mr.
we
Mayor, for your
did.
flexibility.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We covered items 7D and 7E. We need to go back to 5E, I believe. 5E is in echo.
So 5E at
Let me,
one point.
let me open that. Let me go find 5E real quick.
I'm fascinated to see what's wrong.
5E is the minutes, approval of the minutes of April 14th, 2026 work session and regular meeting. David, you have corrections?
Yes.
I heard the question mark.
Paragraph
Which one, work session or regular?
6 of the regular agenda just has Councilwoman Ryan's name misspelled, and I just would ask to approve it with the amendment that Councilwoman Ryan's name be spelled.
Her name's not Ryan?
Yeah.
Her name is not.
I emailed about that and I didn't hear if my name was going to be corrected, but I assumed Tristan would.
I mean, there was a time I was once referred to as Mayor Pro Tem Pena.
At least once.
And I'm pretty sure we just let it slide.
Yeah.
But no, so I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
Well, I did have another.
Oh, did you have another?
Well, I had emailed it. It was just yeah. So it was just the not should be now, and so I think that's been.
Yeah,
All right.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. One more time. There you go.
All right.
All right. Motion passes unanimously. Where are we now? Item 7D was covered in the work session. Item 7E was covered in the work session. Item 7F, there is no open session action required for 7F. So now we will retire to executive session for item 7G, which is consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding emergency medical services. Item 7H, deliberation regarding real property pursuant to section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and/or value of real property related to Project Prince. Item 7I, deliberation regarding real property pursuant to section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and/or value of real property related to Project Princess. And finally, item 7J, deliberation of personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, and duties of the city manager pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. The time is 9:22, and we are in executive session.
I know. I'm laughing.
What are we, Gremlins?
Cassette. No, the cassette we
Cassette,
to, or whatever it was.
Yeah, what was her name?
Karen?
No, not the one Gwen.
Yeah.
Gwen.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Time is 12:31 a.m. on
A new day.
Wednesday, April 29th. We have returned from executive session. No action was taken. Where are we in the agenda?
That's it. Right?
Did we need to take any action on any of the executive session items?
No, we don't.
No, sir.
Time is 12:32. We are adjourned.